What? Huh? Okay, there we go. I was like, oh, why is my mic not being picked up? Hello, hello, hello. You're supposed to finish this like last week, but I was like, no, I don't feel like streaming. So, finally, we can finish the last route of Cinderella phenomenon. And I'm telling you guys, it gets crazy. It gets crazy. Alright, where? Here we go. Common route, chapter 2. And the final guy. Sir Waltz. Great. I decided that I cannot waste any more time. The next day, I searched for Waltz as soon as the broom stops dragging me around. I swear he was just here a while ago. Denise, have you seen Waltz? I did it again, it's Ennis. One of these days. I find him talking with Parfait and Delora in the reception area. All of them were speaking in solemn whispers. As soon as Parfait and Delora notice me, they break off their conversation with Waltz. Both the witch and the fairy step away from Waltz. I watch curiously as Delora and Parfait leave the room without another word to me. What were they talking about? Waltz turns in my direction and smiles. I turn towards Waltz and watch as he begins to put some puppets on the table into a box. Are these toys yours? You look 12. I do not see how that is too old to be playing with dolls. He never explained what his curse was. I find that hard to believe. It is not my fault that Mother had all the fairy tales removed from the palace. When I do not answer, Waltz only sighs and gives me a small smile. Right, Peter Pan is a boy who lives in Neverland. It's a place where no one ever grows up. I'm stuck in a child's body as a result of my curse. I won't revert to my real form until my curse is broken. Then how old are you really? Old. That's grandpa age. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. What? I can only stare in shock at Waltz's childish appearance. It is hard to believe that he is actually older than I am. Even when I was a child. Walt straightens the box in his arms. Aw. His princess, okay. I see how it is. He turns to leave. Where are you going? Walt does so many puppet and magic shows. How will he help me break my curse if he is never around? I'll go with you. Rose at home? I might accomplish a good deed if I come to one of your shows. What? Both sighs. Oh? There's an evil witch right here in the margin, but no one is protecting me from her. Who else would I be referring to? Walt stares at me for a long moment, eyes thoughtful. He sets the box down on the table again. He leaves the room. I lean over the box on the table and see a pile of carefully detailed puppets. Everything looks handmade. I used to sew my own puppets before Mother found out and forbade me from making them. She told me that sewing was not something a crown princess should do. Waltz's footsteps are so soft that I do not even notice that he has returned to the room until I see him standing before me. I step away from the box. How does he move so quietly? I watch as Walt sets up a small booth on the street where I'd first seen him with Emella. Back then, I never thought I would see him again. I shrug. I am not convinced this will work, but Parfait said that if I partner up with someone, I might be able to break my curse faster. His tone of voice startles me. He sounds both happy and sad. Was he lying when he said he wanted to help me, and that everyone in the Marchin was willing to help me? Would you rather I pick someone else? Damn, boy. I jump at his sudden reaction. Waltz awkwardly clears his voice. Even though I've already picked like everybody other than you like 4 times by now. Imagine. Waltz heads for the back of the booth. I begin to follow him, but am forced to stop when he holds out his hand. Damn. I'm not even a personal assistant. What am I, a gopher? What? I stare at him puzzled. I never said I wanted to be your personal assistant. And training? Why would one need training to assist with a children's show? There is a teasing twinkle in Waltz's eyes as he waves me off. When I do not move, Walt sighs and smiles at me. I promise the children won't bite unless you do. He must not know a lot of kids, cause I'm pretty sure there are plenty of kids out there that do bite, regardless of whether you bite first or not. Some of them are just biters for some reason. Fine. Star? Star? He disappears around the back, leaving me alone. In no time at all, people begin to gather. Soon, there is an impressive audience around Waltz's small booth. I look at the group of children that are clustered as close as possible to the front. They are all clearly excited for the show to start. I used to do puppet shows with my dolls too. I felt less alone when I pretended my dolls could talk. And I am still alone. Nothing has changed. I sigh as I sidestep to allow someone else to stand beside me. I'm surprised to see that the person is an adult. I look out at the gathering crowd of people and find that there is an almost equal ratio of children and adults. Why would adults be at something as childish as a puppet show? An excited silence falls over the area as Waltz's voice rises above the crowd. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Don't you love people who are like that? If I can't be happy, then I want everybody around me to be miserable. How overly dramatic. I almost jump when I feel a tug on my dress. I look down to see a little boy pulling at the hem of my skirt, though his eyes remain focused on the puppets. His grip on my skirt tightens. He is wrinkling my dress. Leave him alone. Walt's better finish his show before this child ruins my dress. Mm-hmm. 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 Are all witches evil? Of course, there's always that one person. More of the children begin to ask questions. I sigh, unable to do anything except wait while Waltz is bombarded with questions. Once the audience finally leaves, Waltz comes out from behind the booth and smiles up at me. I suppose so. That's because I was. Why? What? Having someone beside you. I think back on all the times I felt scared. Mother always told me to hide my fear and to never cry because it made me appear weak. I could never ask for her help, and the king was never there for me. Every time I was afraid, I was always alone. I shake off the memories and realize that Waltz is asking me a question. It was short and simple. It could have been better. I have nothing more to say, and Walt seems disheartened by my silence. Walt's telling me stories? I do not recall such a thing. He makes it sound as if we've known each other for a long time. Before I can ask him for clarification, he changes the topic. Do I have a choice? Walt's lips quirk with a smile as he picks up his materials. This is the shop I went to before I was cursed. I nod at him before walking over to the doll display. The dolls here are actually beautiful, but with the gold I have left, I wouldn't be able to afford even one. I miss my dolls. The sound of a little girl's voice draws my attention. I look around the store before spotting a little girl wincing at a big teddy bear. She looks expectantly at the man beside her. That must be her father. The man shakes his head, his eyes filled with regret. The girl looks like she is on the verge of bawling. I back away, fearing that the child might throw a tantrum. Instead, she rubs at her eyes before looking up at her father with a slow smile. The man smiles and pats her head. The king has never once told me that he loved me. He must be better off without me. Do I even belong in the palace anymore? The moment I hear her say his title, I quickly rush from the toy shop. He is the first one I see, mounted on his favorite white stallion as he waves at everyone. I spot Ophelia, Rod, and Amela with him, mimicking his motions. The king used to invite me to join him before, but I always declined. He always went out alone. Once a month the king sets out to check on the conditions of the kingdom in person. It is his way of bonding with the townsfolk. The Order of Caldera trails behind the royal family, with Sir Alcaster at the head. But there is one particular person that is missing. It is strange that Fritz isn't here. The parade is an impressive sight. The crowds lining the streets become denser with each passing second. I weave around the mess of people in an attempt to get closer to the king. He is smiling, a true smile. I have never seen him smile like that at me. The heaviness begins to weigh down my heart. Suddenly, it becomes harder to breathe. Please look this way. Please look at me. Happier? All I want is for the king to look at me, to see me. He does not so much as glance my way once. I stare at the ground with bleary eyes. He's happy without me. I return to the toy shop with a heavy heart. The little girl from earlier is standing with her father by the door. He ruffles her hair before holding his hand out to her with a smile. She takes it with a giggle and the two walk off together. A hot ache sings through my blood as I watch them leave. Is this jealousy? I reach up and clutch at my chest. My heartbeats feel painful. This is a terrible feeling. I stare at Waltz, temporarily stunned by the fact that he called me by my name and not my title. Do I look like a bouquet? Despite myself, I find my eyes drawn back to the little girl and her father as they stand just outside the door to the toy shop. You know what? I'm not. I'm not, man. It's not like there's anything you can do to make me feel better. Waltz's expression slips. His chest heaves with a silent sigh. Waltz's voice is a soft whisper, but I still pick up his words. All he can do right now? What is he talking about? Waltz's gaze moves to the set of teddy bears displayed on one of the shelves. He is quiet for a few moments before he speaks. What? Doesn't he know that it's rude to stare? Oh, and how did I look? I turn away before Waltz can see the frustration on my face. Does he really? And how would you know that? You don't know him at all. By not being there when I needed him, he has never acted like a father to me. I don't pretend to know what my life at the palace was like, Waltz. This conversation is over, and let us return to the margin. Dang, girl. Dang. Look what I drew. But I drew this picture of us. See, that's Mother, And that's me! And you're holding Mother's hand. But you're always busy, Father. Just want to... Okay. I am vaguely aware of moonlight in my room when I sit up in my bed, heart beating painfully fast. What was I dreaming about? I felt like I was dreaming about the king, but why now? A few days have already passed since I saw him. I fall back onto the bed. I close my eyes and once again attempt to sleep, but it hovers stubbornly out of my reach. What was that? What could be making that noise at this time of night? I step out of my bed and head outside to investigate because yes, that's what you do when you hear strange noises at night. There's no one here. Sound. It's coming from the tavern. We're gonna check, obviously. Probably not the right choice, but hey, we're gonna check anyway. I slowly turn the knob and open the door. Hello? The broom begins to hop toward me. I begin to back away. It is the middle of the night. There is no way I'm going to sweep now. But the broom just hops past to cower behind me. Waltz, what are you doing here? I turn around and grab Mr. Broom, leaning it against its designated spot on the wall. I heard a sound. I don't need to be lectured by you. I would not be here if I could sleep. I might as well stay for a while. Waltz turns back to his puppets on the table. He leans down over the puppets, checking their seams. Help you? Oh, it's a chameleon. That's cute. Arma would be all over that, honestly. I look at Waltz with surprise. With his eyes so wide and his lower lip jutting out, he looks almost like a puppy begging for a treat. That's cute. Is he expecting a compliment on the puppet? Well, I look closely at the puppet's eyes. It looks evil? Mentor? Waltz doesn't answer. That's it? I only offered an opinion, but he looks so happy. What a weird person. Waltz resumes his sewing in silence. He is very talented to be able to sew such a complicated animal. He has probably been doing this for a long time to be so skilled, possibly even longer than I expect, considering the nature of his curse. Yeah, you. Well, you have never actually told me how to break your curse. Waltz clears his throat as he goes back to his sewing. Mother burned all the fairy tale books in the palace before I could read most of them. And nobody would tell me any of the stories. Mother always forbid me from talking about them. Alright, for those who don't know the story, Peter Pan is the story of a boy who never grows up. He's accompanied by a fairy named Tinkerbell, and the two of them live together in Neverland. In his case, a Tinkerbell is a key that can open Neverland. Neverland is a box, a fairy heirloom. My shadow is being kept in Neverland, and that shadow is my magic, Once I get it back, my curse will break. Magic? He says it so nonchalantly, like stating what his job is. He and Delora are the same? I have seen Waltz conjure flowers from thin air before, but I never associated that with the type of magic that witches do. You're a witch? A cursed witch? How was that possible? You don't know where Tinkerbell and Neverland are? I mean, if he knew, he wouldn't be cursed right now. Does that mean you're stuck in this form forever? Uh, topic change. I feel annoyance begin to simmer inside of me. Why do you do that? You changed the subject to purposefully avoid answering me. I am silent as Waltz reaches into his box of puppets. He pulls out 2 of them, then motions for me to sit in front of him. He holds out a puppet to me, and I can tell he intends for me to wear it on my hand. My feelings on the subject must show on my face, but Waltz is resolute. I do not know what this will achieve, but maybe this way I'll finally get some answers. Fine. Waltz takes a deep breath. Oh, it's as if he's narrating my childhood. How do you... Waltz continues, speaking as if he does not hear me. I stumble back and the puppet slides off my hand as I stare at Waltz, my mind whirling. This cannot be true. Waltz looks at me again, his expression full of melancholy. I always see that look. He wears it even when he is happy. He seems to carry that sadness with him wherever he goes. I never had any friends. I would have remembered. How do you know that? Mother? But why? I don't believe you. I don't believe any of this. Why is he looking at me like that? He looks like he is in pain. But he cannot be telling the truth. I stand up straight, my hands clenched into fists. I'm going back to my room. I almost run from the tavern area. Waltz does not try to follow me. Waltz's words loop persistently in my mind. I sit on one of the chairs in the reception area, trying to put my thoughts in order. There is no way that he was my friend. Hi, Han. I jump at the sound of Karma's voice. I turn to look at him. Karma frowns at the expression on my face. I can only stare at him in response. No, I was just thinking. No. His ego knows no bounds. Yeah, it really doesn't. I roll my eyes and change the subject. What are you doing up this late? Right. I will go and retire for the night now. You do not have to remind me. Oops. Oh well. Karma Billy works. I only ever see him slack off. Oh wait. Are you a noble Karma? Perhaps. This is going nowhere. This tavern is full of secretive people. I wonder if this lifestyle has anything to do with his curse. Well, I'm not planning to get used to the commoner lifestyle. I will break my curse as soon as possible. Why? We are friends, are we not? You did. But that is because you still haven't returned the toys they gave you. No, I did not. I am sorry, Mother. I am so sorry. Yeah, she's so manipulative. It drives me crazy. 3 weeks have passed since my encounter with the king. I am once again in town with Waltz as he prepares for one of his shows. I've already lost count of how many of his shows I've watched at this point. Sorry, I yawned. The excursions have become part of my daily routine. Waltz has been insistent on training me as his assistant, so I have decided to play along. Even now, I am helping him construct his booth, though he refuses to let me carry anything too heavy. I have experienced so many new things these past few months. Things I've always wanted to experience but had never told anyone about. Somehow Waltz knew all about them. Even when he told me that we were childhood friends and insisted that my memories of him had been erased, I hadn't believed him. But now, I'm beginning to believe that he is telling the truth about this forgotten friendship. Walt smiles at me from where he is assembling the front of the booth. I still have reservations about believing your story, but... Walt, even if you did know me a long time ago, I am not the same. I hand him the small curtains for the booth. My head dips so that I do not have to look him in the eyes. I am not the child you used to know. How can that be when I don't think I've ever truly known what happiness feels like? After Walt hangs the curtains, the booth is complete. I expect him to step out from the side as he always does, but he sets his palms down on the table instead and looks at me. Walt's voice is very soft when he speaks. Walt's voice trails off and I frown. There's still so many things he is not telling me. Eventually Waltz picks up his box of puppets and smiles at me brightly. I notice that his smile does not reach his eyes as I watch him walk away. I look out at the crowd that has gathered for the show. There are a lot of families here today. I watch as families approach each other. Adults begin to converse with each other while the kids run up to the front of the crowd to catch a better glimpse of the show. Some of the children have shoes, but the parents are barefoot. All their clothes are dirty and torn. Their lives are clearly hard, but they are still smiling. I have never been in desperate need of clothes or food. I never had to work for anything. I should have been happier than these people when I was a princess. But now, I am beginning to see that the material things that I had were never enough to buy me true happiness. And Zippy. I take a step off to the side as Waltz begins to show. Waltz weaves his story as seamlessly as he always does, captivating his audience with every word, but I am not paying attention. My focus is locked on the two families standing near me. When I see these people, I cannot help but wonder, what kind of life have I been leading? Waltz's show was a success yet again. He is smiling from ear to ear as he counts the coins he has earned as a reward for his good performance. You look happier than usual. He says he does not like to be treated like a child, but he gets so excited whenever he mentions a new toy. I pause at the sound of laughter and look up to see a group of children talking excitedly to each other as they approach Waltz and I. An opportunity? What? Waltz ignores me as he jogs up to the children. A group of children swarm him, talking loudly as they each try to cling to him in some manner. That would annoy the hell out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Do not touch me with your grubby little hands. The boy looks around at the group of children and they all nod their heads with eager agreement. The children cheer. The children disperse around the area. I watch them go with disinterest. He said that's my cue. What? Why do I need to take part in this? No. I am fairly certain I have never played a game like this with anyone before. Is this another memory that was taken from me? A little girl runs up to me, begins to pull me along with her. Hey. I look at Waltz, but he only smiles at me. Seems like I don't really have a choice, eh? Waltz turns to face a wall. He covers his eyes and begins to count. Before I can react, the little girl has let go of me and is running off. What is going on? I turn and see a boy hiding behind a barrel. I know how hide and seek works, man. I'm not stupid. They didn't even explain the rules of the game. How was I supposed to know what to do? True. I look around to find places that I might hide. Maybe behind the tree? Behind the fountain would work also. Or those wooden crates. Crates. I cannot believe I'm sitting on the dirt to avoid being seen. My dress is getting soiled because of a child's game. Damn it. My heart begins to race as I turn to look at him, but I realize that Waltz has found one of the children. Oh, it wasn't me. Wait, what am I worried about being found? I haven't played hide and seek in like... Actually, have I ever played hide and seek? I can't remember. Maybe I feel like I did, but I never did. Huh. Yeah, because I don't think I don't remember. Huh. Interesting. I played like tag, freeze tag, and other stuff, but I never played hide and seek with anybody. Well, not that I remember anyway. Every so often, I hear Waltz proclaim that he's found someone, but he still hasn't found me. Do I get something if I win this game? This is quickly becoming boring. I jump when I hear Waltz's voice behind me. He looks down at me in triumph. I won? Listen, it doesn't make sense to hide behind a tree. I'd be easily found. The fountain's kind of like, you know? It's kind of It's not bad, but it's not good. But the crates, though. I'm not. You just didn't. You just didn't look hard enough. Waltz pats me on the back and smiles once again before he turns his attention back to the children. He is right. His praise makes me feel strangely happy. Hi. Oh, sorry about that. One of the children, a little girl, tugs on my sleeve. She smiles up at me before skipping away to join the rest of the children. All of the children head off together back toward the residential area of the town. They like you. How do you know that? Children are so easy to please. Right? Right. Dang, he's so free. Forget how to be happy. Waltz may be right about that. When I was younger, my dolls brought me so much joy, but now... A treat? I sit on a wooden bench, waiting for Waltz to return. He said it would be easier for him to go alone because he wanted to surprise me. I did not protest. I've been on my feet all day. I never thought I would be running around playing with children. I wonder what this treat is going to be. Every time we come to the plaza, it is always packed with people. Most of the popular shops are clustered in this area. I observe the town quietly, before my eyes land on the statue of the king. It looks noble, riding a rearing stallion. The sight makes my heart twist uncomfortably. I am pulled out of my thoughts when a child trips and falls in front of me. He begins to cry. Should I do something? No. Before I can react, a man and a woman are there, pulling the child up. The man takes the child in his arm as the woman rubs his back. I watch as they slowly walk away, the mother still crooning to her child. Mother would always get angry at me if I was about to cry. I wonder what it's like to be comforted like that. Do I look like I'm okay? I keep the family in sight for as long as I can before turning to Waltz. I'm fine. What is this? I do not recall such a promise. I tore the candy, expecting its glazed and shiny appearance. You know, I've never had a candied apple before. Like, maybe as a kid, I'd probably be able to, like, stomach it. But, like, as much as I love sweets and whatnot, I'm, like, now limiting, like, how sugary, a dessert I can eat. Because, again, have too much, you get the diabetes. And I don't want it. I don't. I do not like the idea of having to stick myself. I did not know you can make an apple look like this. I sniff at the candy. Sweet. I take a small bite. I've become so immersed in my taste test that I do not even hear Waltz. The candied apple tastes like nothing I have ever tried before. This is good. I take another bigger bite. What? I wasn't smiling at all, was I? There are more desserts like this. Walt stands, then moves over to a trash bin so that he can dispose of his finished apple. The next few weeks become a blur. I continue to help out in the tavern, while sometimes accompanying Waltz for his shows. Though Waltz continues his lessons on goodness, I have yet to gain a single good deed. I am slowly starting to lose hope. It has been months since I was cursed, and I still have yet to complete a single good deed. Today I have been assigned the task of serving marching customers. I honestly prefer my duties with Mr. Brew. At least I do not have to mingle with all these people. I have only just entered the tavern when I freeze at the sight of a familiar face. Fritz? His posture is stiff. His arms are crossed and he is obviously uncomfortable. What is he doing here? How did he get in here? I walk toward him, but I do not get far before he is in front of me, down on one knee, with his head bowed. How does he remember me? How did he find me? Fritz? Let us go somewhere else to talk. I interrupt Fritz when I notice all the stairs around the room. Seemingly from nowhere, Jurian and Garland are in front of me, separating me from Fritz. Fritz is at a loss for words as he stares at Jurian confused. I am quickly reaching the end of my patience. Just let me talk to him. Neither Jurian nor Garland back down. If anything, they only look more ready to draw their swords. As I look at the three of them, I remember the story of Jurian and Garland's dismissal from the Order of Caldera. Sir Alcaster was the one that dismissed them, so perhaps they hold some type of grudge. Is it because Fritz is Sir Alcaster's son? I do not know why you do not trust Sir Alcaster. But Fritz is a completely different person. He is my knight. He would never harm me. I sigh, rubbing up my forehead with my hand to try and dispel an impending headache. Delora walks in from behind me, swatting at Jurian and Garland to move them. She smiles at Fritz before turning to beam that smile at Jurian and Garland. Fritz's voice is quiet when he speaks. I glare at Jurian and Garland when we are in the reception room. Thankfully, they take the hint and retreat to the opposite wall, far enough to give Fritz and I some privacy. Fritz speaks as soon as I sink into a chair. It's been that long already. Where do I even begin? I decide to start with the facts of my curse and how I am meant to break it. Yes. That is right. I frown as I shake my head. None. I do not think I am capable of doing good. I look up in surprise at Fritz's impassioned declaration. Why couldn't I say that word? Even when I look away, I can still feel Fritz's eyes and smile directed at me. There's only one reason that makes any sense, though it brings up more questions than answers. Those who have the fairy tale curse are not affected by the conditions of another person's curse. Unless you are secretly a witch or a fairy. Jurian speaks up from her corner of the room. Though the knights have been feigning disinterest, there is no doubt they are listening in on our conversation. Fritz's distress is apparent as he looks grimly down at the floor. He hasn't admitted to having a curse, which means that he either does not know he has it or refuses to tell me. Have there been no differences in your life lately? You've always been forgetful. Fritz's posture stiffens as Jurian walks toward us from the other end of the room. Her arms are crossed and her gaze, directed at Fritz, is filled with suspicion. Fritz looks back at me as if asking permission, and I nod. Fritz is silent, oh god. Fritz is silent for a few moments as he considers what was just said to him. Fritz stands. Fritz turns to look at Julian and Garland. Fritz smiles in reply before turning once more to bow to me. A week goes by after Fritz leaves the tavern, and my luck does not change. I am still unable to complete a single good deed. I want to ask Parfait if she knows anything about Fritz and his curse, but she has been absent from the tavern for more than a week. When I asked Alora why Parfait was missing, all the witch said was that Parfait was busy dealing with the rapid spread of the fairy tale curse. Today, I am accompanying Walt to the toy shop to buy materials for his upcoming show. But now I cannot find him. He was by these shelves earlier. Where has he gone? I turn a corner and my gaze is caught once more by the dolls on display. One particular doll catches my eye, and I cannot help but marvel at its beauty. If only I had enough money to buy you. I notice a man standing just to the right, in front of the teddy bear display shelf. Isn't that the father I saw with his daughter a few weeks ago? He's looking at the teddy bear that his daughter wanted, the one he did not have enough money to buy. I watch as he opens one of his clenched hands. There are some gold coins on his palm. I glimpse at the price tags of the teddy bears earlier, and I am certain that the man does not have enough money to afford the one he is eyeing. The man heads back for the next shelf over. He raises a hand to rub at the back of his neck. I walk over and pick up the bear the man was just looking at. It is very soft, and somehow comforting to hold. I can see why the girl liked this one. I begin to move toward the counter without realizing. I hold the teddy bear to me with one hand and reach for the bag of coins with my other. The king gave me this money all those months ago, but I never used it. If I buy this bear, I will be completely broke. Would you wrap this for me? After she has finished wrapping the bear, I turn to search for the father. It seems he is no longer in the shop. Has he left? Waltz appears with a bright smile on his face. He leans forward to inspect the package I am holding. I need to find him. I am sure he hasn't gone too far yet. Where is he? There's someone I need to find. Did you happen to see the man eyeing the large teddy bear earlier? We need to find that man. I must give this to him. I'm about to run off into the crowd when I feel Waltz's hand on my sleeve. I turn to snap impatiently at him, but find my annoyance dying at the expression on his face. Fine. Waltz keeps his pace with me as I almost break into a run. But we should at least try. Waltz and I search for hours, but we never find him. I do not even know his name. But it's her birthday. I ignore Waltz. In the briefest second that I close my eyes, I can see the man's pained expression in my mind. I sit down on a bench and clutch the wrapped bear to my chest. He wanted to buy this bear for his daughter's birthday, because he loves her. A familiar ache flares up in my chest. I've spent my whole life wanting the king to treat me the same way that man treats his daughter. Waltz and I head back to the margin, but the weight in my chest slows me down. Have I? The girl's voice is familiar. I whirl on my heels and stare at the little girl in the doorway of one of the homes. I had thought we were too late, but we found them. The little girl runs from her home to wrap her arms around her father, picks her up and pulls her into a tight hug. The girl wiggles out of her father's embrace and runs back into the house excitedly. The man is carrying a small box in his hand, wrapped neatly with a ribbon. He looks down at his gift and sighs. Before he can go inside the home, I walk toward him and tap him on the shoulder. Excuse me. We have been looking everywhere for you. He looks first at me, then at the package I carry in my arms. I heard that it was your daughter's birthday today. Here. This is for your daughter. The toy you wanted to buy for her. Take it. Just take it. The man seems to be in too much shock to reach out for the teddy bear. He shakes his head in wonder. I've been asking myself that all day. You love your daughter very much, don't you? The girl is suddenly at the door again, her wide eyes staring right at me. The little girl clings to her father's legs. She looks curious but not afraid. I do not know what to say. You know what? Sure, we'll go with that. I turn to glare at Waltz. What is he playing at? No, we'll play along. It is her birthday. I might as well play along. Yes, I am. Waltz nudges me toward the little girl. I glare at him before I glare at him before I kneel down and hold the wrapped teddy bear out to her. What does Waltz usually say to children when he gives them gifts? Ooh, you have been a very good girl. This is for you. The girl reaches out and takes the bear. Her eyes light up as she stares at it. I nod and the little girl squeals, rolling around with the wrapped teddy bear tight in her arms. Then suddenly she puts the bear down and throws her arms around my neck. I'm too shocked to react. I can only stare as the little girl runs back into her house with the gift. I glance at the man who, much to my surprise, has tears running down his cheeks. He is still somehow smiling through them. He dips into a short bow, then disappears into his home. And this is a piece of the glass slipper. I stare in disbelief at the hovering piece in my hand. One moment it is there, and the next it has been swallowed by a bright light and is joined with my pendant. I cannot believe it. Waltz, Waltz, look! Look. Waltz is not looking at my new pendant. He's looking at my face, his gaze enraptured. What are you looking at? I did? I feel slightly embarrassed and have no words as I quickly turn my head away. being confused at how hole is not a word. Like, huh? What do you mean? Alright. Let's get cracking. Ugh, my back. My eyes are still on the slipper when I hear an unfamiliar voice behind us. Is it Varg? We both turn to stare at the man standing a few feet from us. He is cloaked in darkness, but I can still make out his grin. Hello, Varg. How you doing? Oh, I guess we don't get to say hi. Never mind. The man starts walking toward us slowly. Waltz moves to stand in front of me. The man drops into an elegant bow. What's up, Varg? How you doing, hun? Like what? Oh, hell no. Varg takes one long stride toward us. He taps the cane he's holding onto the ground. A surge of light emanates from the cane, then flares out toward us. Walt starts toward Varg before I can stop him. Varg raises his cane and twists it in one sharp movement. The light abruptly changes direction and slams into Walt's side, throwing him some distance away. Walt! Before I can step away, Varg has lifted me into his arms. He grins at me almost wolfishly, before darting away from Waltz. No! Let me go! What do you want from me? Are you a... I cannot even say the word. The blood runs cold as I consider the situation. Are you a witch? And you expect me to believe you? You just use magic back there. Let me go! I squirm in his arms, attempting to kick and push him away from me. Varg abruptly stops with a grunt to let me down. This is my chance! I start to bolt away from him, but he quickly grabs my wrist and pulls me back. Dang, girl, you slow! Get your hands off of me. After what you did to Waltz? He leans in toward me until he can look me in the eyes. Varg begins walking again, this time pulling me with him. I try to break away from his iron grip but fail. Where are you taking me? I'm unable to stop the gasp that leaves my lips. He stops and turns to me. I do want to go home, but I am not welcome there anymore, at least not while I'm still cursed. Varg releases me just in time to block the sword strike that comes of the darkness of the trees. The love of my life! I back away as the two trade blows. Varg uses his cane to defend himself against the man that just emerged from the trees. That man. He is the one who was with Waltz. The man with the sword that helped save me from the bandits all those months ago. There is something graceful in the way the man moves as he swings his sword at Varg. He almost looks like he is dancing. The stranger continues swiping the sword, eventually gaining enough leverage to force Varg back. He moves so quickly that it takes all of Varg's reflexes to simply block his slashes. They're so fast. Or should I say, aye aye. I mean, oh god. Oh god. Sometimes I forget how to speak Japanese. Varg takes a few steps back and keeps a safe distance from the stranger. The man gives Varg a lopsided smile as he points his sword at him, the two of them temporarily frozen as they each wait for the other to move first. Wait, is that? Now that he has stopped and I have a better look at him, I can see that the stranger's features are uncannily similar to Karma's. Karma? But is it really him? I turn my head to see Waltz and Delora rushing toward me. How did you find me? Waltz halts in front of me while Delora advances toward the two men. How does he know about the tavern? No sooner are the words out of Varg's mouth that the swordsman is suddenly upon him again, posed to attack. Varg blocks his sword a second too late and is forced to back away, clutching his now bloody arm. True! Stop monologuing! Varg's gaze turns to Delora, a smirk somehow still on his face despite his injury. Varg turns to look at me. He holds out a hand and gestures me toward him. I clench my hands into fists as I shake my head. Mother? What are you talking about? Varg ignores me as he raises his cane. Delora throws her hands out, beginning to gather light in her palms, but Varg has already brought his cane down on the ground. Thick smoke envelops the area, making my eyes water. Sorry about that. When the smoke clears, Varg is gone. Laura huffs in annoyance as she lowers her arms back down to her sides. I look up at the stranger, who has sheathed his sword and is walking toward where Waltz, Delora, and I are standing. The stranger stands close enough for me to get a proper look at his face, and I can no longer deny the resemblance I saw earlier. Karma, is that really you? So this is what Karma looks like as a man. Why does he need to disguise himself as a woman? I open my mouth to ask the question when I am interrupted by Waltz's hand on my shoulder. No. I turn to Waltz and freeze when I notice the dried blood on his forehead. You are bleeding. I step back and realize that Waltz is standing oddly, favoring one leg to the other. Oh. I frown as I study Waltz's wound. We have to go back to the March Inn now. You need to have your wounds checked. Stop worrying about me. You're the one in need of medical attention. I cannot keep the edge from my voice when I speak. Waltz's expression falls. Waltz's expression suddenly twists as he doubles over, his eyes glazed in pain. Waltz! Delora catches one of Waltz's arms, supporting him as she turns to address both Karma and I. Rumple? Delora calls for Rumple as soon as we arrive at the March Inn. When Rumple enters the reception area, he is clearly distraught by Waltz's injuries. She said heal first. Expect Rumple to object, and I'm surprised when he does nothing more than nod. Carefully, Rumple leads Waltz back to his room so he can be treated. Delora looks in the direction of Rumple and Waltz. Delora looks in the direction Rumple and Waltz have gone, with a thoughtful look on her face. Experience? What are you talking about? But what about those with the curse? Shouldn't they at least still be able to remember his name? He collects his journal pages by retrieving memories from others that can still remember him. What a strange curse. My eyes wander around the reception area, and I notice that someone is missing. Where's Karma? I do not understand why Karma is so secretive about his reasons for wearing a disguise. I'm about to ask Delora if she knows any of the specifics of Karma's curse when the door to the reception area is thrown open. I'm surprised when Annis suddenly throws her arms around me. She pulls me into a tight hug. She pulls away and begins to wipe at tears that have sprung to her eyes. Why are you crying? That doesn't mean you have to cry. Like, honestly? Was she... She was really so worried she'd cry. Sorry, I don't know why I read that wrong. I'm intensely aware of the awkwardness of the situation. Thank you for worrying about me. I had thought the words might do something to ease her worries, but her sobbing only grows louder. Annis? I stare off after Annis before I turn to look at Delora worriedly. Did I say the wrong thing? I did, but she was crying. I just said thank you. I was being kind. My hand moves instinctively to my pendant. I clutch at the new piece that hangs there. Delora smiles warmly. For some reason, it makes me feel strangely proud. Parfait walks into the room, startling us both. It has been 2 weeks since I last saw her. Her face is ashen. Her voice chills off as her eyes meet Delora's. Parfait and Delora look at each other solemnly. The tension in the room mounts as they continue to stare at each other without uttering a word. Eventually, Parfait's eyes wander to me. Parfait moves toward me, but her knees buckle. Before I can react, Delora is already at her side, supporting her. What is going on? Delora helps Parfait to a chair. I tentatively take a seat opposite the two of them. The whole truth? Delora sighs before she eventually speaks. Some twisted sense of mischief. What are you talking about? My eyes go to Parfait, but she doesn't meet my gaze. Parfait's eyes look wet, as if she is about to cry. Why are you speaking as if you knew her? What does the witch hunt have to do with Mother? Parfait does not meet my eyes, but Delora is looking right at me. My heart drops into the pit of my stomach. No, that is impossible. I have never saw her use magic. She cannot be a witch. You cannot keep something like that a secret. True. But how? Delora pauses for a long moment before she speaks. The air leaves my lungs as I struggle to remain calm. Walt said that Mother ordered my memories to be erased, but are they saying that it was Mother herself who erased my memories? Jagged pieces of memory and thought begin to snap together in my mind. I grip my dress without realizing. My hands are shaking. Then I did know Walt. Mother really did erase my memories of him. How much of my childhood did I lose? Delora moves to place a gentle hand on Parfait's shoulder. The fairy tales? The lower nods. Mother killed my grandfather. Ophelia? Elora nods. The king has always loved Ophelia. Parfai's voice becomes very soft. I can feel an impending headache coming. But even if what you're saying is true, Mother is dead. She's been dead for 4 years. Trolls. Is that why they disappear at night? What? Why? Delora turns to me with an expression I cannot quite read. The air in the room seems to disappear all at once. Impossible. My heart is racing and I feel faint. Even if Mother was a witch, I can't use magic at all. No, I am human. Delora's expression is grim as she speaks. I attempt to grasp the fleeing thoughts in my mind, but to no avail. I feel numb. Parfai's voice is gentle when she speaks to me. No matter how much I try, I am unable to sleep after my talk with Delora and Parfait. Mother was a wicked witch, and I am the next bearer of the Tenebrarum. No, prayer? Brarum. Brarum? Oy, 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 oy. It all makes sense now. So many people hated me because they thought I would be just like Mother. I feel the way that truth crashed down on me, and it is suffocating. What am I supposed to do now? I turn to my side and bring my knees to my chest. How do I know what the truth is anymore? Suddenly, an idea occurs to me. There is one other person who might know the truth. Waltz. I wonder how he's doing. I slip out of my room and make my way towards Waltz's. Waltz is sound asleep when I push the door to his room open. He looks so small on the bed. I pause to look at the hefty amount of herbs lying on the table. The herbs. I remember Annis once told me that they help with pain. Rumple and Annis have given Waltz a lot of them. Thoughts about the truth of my mother retreat to the back of my mind as I remember the encounter with Varg. I don't know why I say Varg like that. Waltz would never have gotten hurt if it wasn't for me. Cry like a little bitch. Sorry. For the first time in years, I let my tears flow freely. I do not even know why I'm crying, and I find myself talking aloud. Sit there crying doesn't make a person weak, but it certainly makes me feel that way. Waltz? When did he wake up? Waltz's voice is soft and his words are slurred. He's clearly still under the influence of the medication he's been given, but still continues to speak. Rue! Sorry, the siren was like deathly close to me. I cannot lie anymore. I've only been pretending to be a strong person. But I cannot do this anymore, knowing that all this time I have been living a life full of lies. I'm questioning even my mother's affections now. Another dangerously gloomy thought hangs at the brink of my mind. If Mother did not care about me, that means no one did at all. Waltz's voice begins to grow weak as his eyes flutter closed. You're tired, Waltz. You should sleep. His voice is slurred and slow, but I hear him say my name without the title. But hearing him say my name without the title somehow feels nostalgic. Waltz closes his eyes and finally surrendering to sleep. I take a deep breath and leave his room, closing the door quietly behind me. Again! Teach me how to do it too. Always say that. Please, please, please. Just this one. Please, Waltz. Promise? I wake slowly, the dream somehow still clear in my mind. I dream about Waltz. Was that a memory? I shake my head before I glance at the clock, stopping to stare at the time. How is it already this late? Waltz? The door opens and Waltz walks inside with a tray of food. Sets it down by my bedside as I stare at him in shock. Waltz, you're supposed to be in bed. But I respond to his smile with an exasperated sigh. He will never heal properly if he does not stay in bed. Waltz reaches behind his back and pulls out a neatly wrapped box. It looks as if he pulls it out of thin air. Another magic trick? He hands me the wrapped box. What's this? This is... I stare down at the doll he bought for me. It is the same one that caught my eye in the shop. The reason we went to the toy shop was so that you could buy this for me? My chest tightens with emotion. These dolls are expensive. Waltz would have needed more than just his usual show tips to buy this. Why would you buy this for me? I stare at the doll as I cradle her in my hands, my heart feeling full in my chest. Thank you. I've never gotten an unexpected gift like this before. Waltz clears his throat, and when I look up at him, I notice that his expression is somehow sad. For what? I look down at the doll, my mouth suddenly dry. Why? I clutch tighter at the doll, unable to look up at Waltz. How would you be so kind without expecting anything in return? When you do something for someone, they will always expect the favor to be returned. That is what Mother taught me. From what I have experienced, no one is ever kind without expecting something in return. How can I know for certain that you are speaking the truth? I pull my knees to my chest, curling up around the doll. I still do not understand how you can be kind to me. You told me yourself it was the Tenebrarum bearer that cursed you. That means my mother. Waltz gestures toward my necklace. I would have not accomplished the first one without your help. In fact, I have done nothing to help you break yours. My voice trails off as my thoughts begin to come together. Waltz, to break your curse, you need to find Tinkerbell at Neverland, right? What do they look like? I sit up abruptly. I have to go to the palace. Waltz stares at me, his expression clearly perplexed. Because I know where to find Tinkerbell in Neverland. Don't ask me why I say Neverland like Neverland. I can't help it. My mind instantly thinks Lind and not land. Kind of like Poland, Switzerland, you know? Waltz's description of Neverland and Tinkerbell was enough to jog my memory. A long time ago, Mother gave me a box and a key that matched Waltz's earlier description perfectly. She gave me strict instructions to hide them in my room and to never let anyone else have them. I never questioned Mother's orders and kept both the box and key tucked in one of my drawers. I'd forgotten I even had those things until Waltz mentioned them. The minute I remembered, I sent a letter to Rod requesting he help us get them into the palace. Get us into the palace. Not sure why you couldn't just ask him to, take it and bring it to you, but sure. I knew that our strained relationship would make it hard for him to trust me, so I emphasized the importance of the item we needed to obtain. A week later, he finally came through. Now we are just outside the palace waiting for him. Tyrion and Garland are here to protect us in case the need arises. I glance at Waltz, who is standing beside me, fidgeting. He has been against me coming with him ever since he found out my plans. He cannot stop me. I refuse to be left behind. No. Then just protect me. Easy clap. It is not safe for me anywhere outside the Marchand, and you know that. Besides, how do you plan on finding Neverland and Tinkerbell without me? I'm the only one who knows where they are. I'm going and you cannot stop me, Waltz. I turn to face him fully. This is my choice, Waltz. I want to do this. For a moment, there is silence between us as Waltz studies my expression. He eventually sighs and shakes his head. I nod absently as I feel around in my pocket for a small object. A vial that Parfait gave to me before Waltz and I left for the palace. She said that it should help us when the need arises. It is a shame that neither Parfait nor Delora could be here due to their urgent meeting with the fairies. Tyrion and Garland finally arrive with Rod. I can only nod in reply. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. Which means something is gonna go wrong. We make our way through a secret passageway. I've heard of the secret passageway from the king before, but this is the first time I have ever been here. They say that this was built as an escape route should the need to evacuate the royal family arise. Only the commander of the Order of Caldera and the king know about this place. Rod, how do you even know about this place? How do you get a key? I thought that only the king and Sir Alcaster had copies. Then, how was she able to get a copy of the key? It's an item that will break Waltz's curse. Why did it take you so long to respond to my letter? Why? Rod stops and looks at me. The hesitation is clear in his eyes. A letter? I stare at Rod with slow understanding. 3 days from now, but that date. I continue to stare at Rod in disbelief. This cannot be a coincidence. But a new king? Do you think someone is specifically targeting my father? Are the witches involved in this? Silence that falls within the tunnel is heavy. We continue walking in silence. Eventually, Rod points at something ahead of us. The dim light of the tunnel illuminates a rusted door that leads into the palace. Rod looks around warily while Waltz and I quickly duck into the shadows of a column. Right. The hallways are thankfully quiet as we traverse them. Rod did a good job of scoping out the times of patrol. Eventually we reached my room. I stopped at the door to my room, suddenly overwhelmed by nostalgia. It has been so long since I have been in my room. Girl, just go in! Goddamn. You can feel nostalgic later. Is this Amella's room now? And then what has become of this room? I look at Rod in shock as he studies the door to my room with a complicated expression on his face. But why would the king keep the room as it is if he does not remember me? I turn back to the door thoughtfully, then glance at Rod. Y'all doing too much yapping and not enough box grabbing. Oh my god. We can handle the rest. You should leave before you draw any unwanted attention. I do not want to get you in trouble. What? What do you mean by that? Rod turns to leave before I can respond. Thank you. I mean, with all the yapping y'all were doing, you could have had the box already before he had to go. I nodded to Reem before turning back to the door and turning the knob. I glance at Walton and he nods at me. I take a deep breath and open the door. Rod told me that my room had been untouched since I left, but I was not expecting it to be like this. Nothing has changed. Not a thing out of place. There is not even a speck of dust on the dolls on my shelves. I am confused as to why this room has been untouched. Certainly the king would have thought to do something else with it. Or in the very least he would not have maids coming in consistently to clean it. But I cannot let myself linger on the questions. I have no time for them. We came here to find Neverland and Tinkerbell. I look at Waltz and nod. Let us start searching. Time passes, but I am only able to find the key. The box is nowhere to be found, not even in the drawer that I remember putting it in. Have you tried searching it for it? Have you tried searching for it in my room before? I stare at the key with frustration. I don't understand. I'm sure it was in here. Why would I throw it away? No, I would never throw away such a beautiful box. Besides, I keep most of my things. They are all valuable to me, even if they are not outwardly beautiful. He leans down to pluck a puppet from one of my drawers. He holds it up with a smile, and I feel my cheeks heat in embarrassment. I never remembered to throw that out. Waltz gazes at me thoughtfully. Well, I look at the puppet in his hands and find the truth spilling out of me. I was never able to put my finger on why, but I have always liked that puppet. A smile stretches across Waltz's face. What? You made this? Waltz turns the puppet in his hands, looking down on it fondly before his eyes meet mine. What? I was the one who told him how to sew? I stare at the puppet. I probably kept it because you made it. Huh? You seem perfectly fine to me. Waltz shakes his head and sighs. Waltz? What? The knot begins to turn. Waltz and I exchange glances before we both dart to different hiding places. I hide myself under the bed, and he runs behind the curtains, which more easily conceal his smaller body. The king? What is he doing here? When the king steps inside, I notice that there is something in his hands. That's the box. Why does he have it? I look at Waltz and he gives me a small nod, affirming that it is indeed Neverland. The king unsheaths his sword. Oh my. What should we do? I look at Waltz, who signals to me to stay in place. He mouths something, and I think he might be saying that he means to find a way to get us out. Is Waltz going to sacrifice himself again? Will he be alright? I'm gonna listen to him. See, that's the thing I didn't do again. I didn't save it at like the 3. That's what I didn't do. Oh, let me go back and do that. Just real quick, guys. Alright. There we go. I nod at Waltz. He steps out of the curtains and raises his hands in surrender. I know you. I walked with you once upon a dream. I'm sorry. I had to. I remember then that Waltz had worked for Mother, so naturally the king would know who he was. Betraying her? Betraying her how? The king places his sword back in its scabbard. The king surprises us both by getting down on one knee and bowing. Waltz. The king stands once again, his posture stiff and straight. I'm lost. What are they talking about? Waltz turns to look at me suddenly, a small smile on his face. Waltz nods his head at me. I slide out of my hiding place and stand in front of the king. It has been months since I last saw him. The king's eyes widen as he looks at me. You remember me? Oh my god, I was skipping by accident. Wait. More like possible to forget you. What? We would not have done it if we did not have to. I steel myself for further scolding when the king turns to look at me. That box you are holding, we needed to break Waltz's curse. The king looks down at the box, as if only noticing it for the first time. A chip. I did drop it once a while back, but did not think to get it fixed myself. How would you do that? The king looks around the room, a faraway look in his eyes. I feel my chest tighten even as the king huffs out a derisive laugh. He cannot miss me when he does not remember me. He can't. Right? Oh, and there's ad time. Edge! That game is ass water. How do you not have the word rain? Crazy. The king holds out the box to Waltz, who reaches out to take it. We all freeze at the sound of the new voice. I turn and find an all too familiar face leaning against the doorway, a mischievous grin on his face. Hurry up and put the key in the goddamn box. Verg? Verg. Varg taps his cane on the floor, creating a shockwave of powerful energy that blasts us all across the room. The impact of the magic forces me against the wall. I collapse to my knees, pain thrumming in my head. The king collapses somewhere nearby, and I hear the crack of the box as it lands on the ground a few feet away from us. Waltz holds out his hand. I take it and he helps me back to my feet. Yes. The king looks at me quizzically, but his gaze does not linger. He looks toward Varg, his eyes narrowed. Did the king remember who I was? Can you guys worry about the box first? Wait, what happened to Julian and Garland? They were just outside the door. What did you do to them? Varg cocks his head to the side. The guard's just outside this door. I'm sure they must have hid themselves when they saw the king coming to this room. They should have been able to see Varg coming. Varg seems like he is telling the truth, but I cannot trust him. Please let them be safe. I see Neverland a few feet away from us. I could try to grab it, but Varg will probably thwart my attempt with magic. I have to wait for an opening. What? I'll listen. No need to make it any harder than it need be. He squints through the flowers. Let's go! I grab the king's hand and pull him with me toward the door. The king draws his sword and motions for us to stand behind him. Aww. Father, his cane is enchanted. You cannot hold him with just a blade. Oh, I'm at a loss for words. It has been a long time since I called him that. Much to my surprise, the king's lips pull into a soft smile. Before I can say anything in return, a familiarly smooth voice breaks the ensuing silence. Oh god, here he comes. A familiar man steps into the doorway. He inspects everyone in the room quietly. He gestures at Varg, who looks unperturbed. I can only gape at Sir Mithros in shock. If he knows Varg, then he is most certainly affiliated with the witches. We are all thrown off guard by Sir Mithros' laughing. Soon his laugh becomes a mad cackle. There's a strange brightness in his eyes that sends shivers down my spine. Sorry, I was munching. Sir Mithras turns his sly smile on me, and I instinctively take a step back. The king's grip on the hilt of his sword tightens. Sir Mithras ignores the king's outburst and turns his attention to Waltz. He visibly stiffens and his sly smile contorts into a grimace. Waltz stares at him, looking puzzled. Sir Mithras tilts his head to the side and offers Waltz a lopsided smile. Waltz suddenly looks melancholy as he stares at Sir Mithras. Waltz, what's going on? Waltz narrows his eyes but says nothing. I glance between the two of them, confused. But how do you know him? The king says the words through gritted teeth, his face contorted in anger. Sir Mithras flicks a wrist. It is a dismissive gesture, and he still looks amused. He eyes Waltz. Sir Mithras faces the king with a grin. He's not wrong, though. Humans are pretty hypocritical. The king charges towards Sir Mithras with his sword held high. The king's sword never touches Sir Mithras. Sir Mithras only has to hold out his hand, and suddenly an invisible force pushes the king back. He crashes into one of my shelves, knocking down my dolls. Your Majesty! I quickly run to his side to help him up. Thankfully, he does not seem to have any major wounds. I think there was a witch working in the palace the whole time. And not the good kind of witch either. Mithras' eyes flash as he turns a severe glare on Waltz. His voice is seething with venom when he speaks. The king mentioned Waltz's betrayal. Sir Mithras called him a traitor. What exactly did Waltz do? Sir Mithras beckons me forward with a gesture of his hand. Waltz immediately stands in front of me. I'm sorry, Waltz. This is my fault. My eyes once again flit to the box on the floor. Neverland is just a few steps away from me. Don't be reckless. Neverland. Waltz's eyes follow mine to the box. He leans back and whispers to me. I feel for the key inside my pocket. If Waltz's true magic is indeed sealed in that box, then releasing it might give us a chance at victory. The Mythos and Varg do not seem to have caught on to the fact that the object that will break Waltz's curse is right at their feet. Okay. The king moves to stand beside Waltz and draws his sword again, his body a shield. You can't do this. Oh. Tears start to blur my vision. No! I rush toward the box at the same moment Mithros casts this spell. Varg lunges toward me, his hands reaching for me, but he is too late. By the time he grabs me, I have already inserted the key into Neverland. I give it one definite twist and hear the click of the box as it pops open. Light flashes through the room, blinding me. Suddenly, I feel a strong arm around me, holding me tightly, protectively. When I open my eyes, it is Waltz I see. Even several years older, I still recognize him. Waltz? Waltz grins, and I see a confidence in his expression that I have never seen before. Sir Mithros' frown has only become more severe. A fool! Varg's voice is almost seizing, but Sir Mithros does not seem to care. Sir Mithros gestures a hand in a sweeping gesture, beginnings of a spell gathering at his fingertips. Waltz looks at me and smiles reassuringly. Okay. Waltz holds out his hand just before Sir Mithros' magic reaches us. An invisible barrier suddenly appears in front of us, rewarding Sir Mithros' magic. Waltz snaps his fingers and effortlessly creates a dark wave that pushes both Sir Mithros and Varg to the wall. What do we do now? Waltz glances down the hallway, his mouth drawn in a tight line. I see clear suspicion in his eyes. I look back at the king. The knight should have been here by now. Surely such a commotion should have brought them running. I know why Waltz is staring down the hallway. He is searching for the knights that are meant to pass through here. There is no possible way they did not hear this skirmish in my bedroom. The three of us push onward. I stand between the king and Waltz, waiting. I'm not entirely sure what I'm waiting for, but I can feel the tension in the air. We only stop moving when a voice cuts through the silence. Sir Alcaster stops before us with a group of knights. His face is impassive at best. Waltz takes a step back as Sir Alcaster looks to the king. The king is quiet for a few moments, his eyebrows drawn together in a terse expression. He finally speaks. My eyes are still on the knights in front of us when I hear footsteps from behind us. I'm nonplussed when a dozen knights appear from the shadows and surround us. I look for Fritz in the cluster of knights, but he is not here. The king stares at him. Well, the king stares around him, baffled. Could this be the reason why? That voice. We all turn to watch the dining room doors open. Ophelia enters with Emella and Rod. Several knights trail behind and flank them on either side, giving them no room for escape. Rod notices me and stares in shock, but says nothing. The minute she sees the king, she calls his name and attempts to run toward him. The knights only need to raise their swords and block her path to stop her. 2. Julian and Garland. If they manage to escape, they might be able to get reinforcements. The king shakes with rage. Sir Alcaster snorts and crosses his arms. We just both need to be rid of you. I cannot believe that you would do this, Sir Alcaster. Alcaster looks at me with disinterest. We have been backed into a corner. What do we do? I feel for my pocket, my hand touching the smooth surface of a vial. I can still remember the potion that Parfait gave me before we left. I had forgotten I had this with me. Parfait told me to use the potion if we found ourselves in a difficult situation. She said it would give us time to escape. She did not even tell me what it does. I glanced at Waltz, who was eyeing the knights quietly. But it is also possible that Waltz would be able to do something about this situation with his magic. I will go with the potion for now. I reach into my pocket and slip the vial out. I open my fingers just long enough for Waltz to see it. He gives me a subtle nod before turning his attention to Sir Alcaster, who is still speaking with the king. I will make you regret your actions, Sir Alcaster. I throw the vial to the floor. The moment it shatters, the blinding white light envelops the room, forcing my eyes to close. Waltz grabs my hand and pulls me away. I hear a few grunts from the knights as Waltz begins to barrel his way through them. Waltz leads me into the throne room. We all have somehow made it out by the throne room. Why not just try to escape the... You know what? Never mind. Rod stands in between Ophelia and Amela. Rod must have pretty good eyes to be able to lead them both out of there in all that chaos. Parfait gave it to me before she left on her urgent meeting. Amela's eyes are filled with tears. Ophelia takes her into her arms and rubs her back in an effort to calm her. This is not your fault, Your Majesty. It sounds like Jurian and Garland were able to escape. It is possible they will soon bring reinforcements. Rod is silent for a few moments before nodding at her. And that's the best way to describe it. Friends? Rod just shrugs at me. More than likely, he just wants us to play along. Walt spaces the room, his arms crossed as he tries to think of something. Walt? Witches can do that? So you can do it. Walt starts waving his hand in front of him as he conjures the spell to open the portal. The portal disappears as soon as it appears and fades again. They're coming, Waltz! Waltz tries to cast the spell again. This time the opening appears and stays. But this won't be open for long. Waltz nods as he ushers Ophelia and Amela into the portal. Though Rod is reluctant to step inside, I force him into the portal before me. True. Get in there! I can't keep the portal open much longer, Pete. Oh, that's not my line. That's not my line. Your Majesty, you must go. What? That would be swimicide. But if the king escaped, he would be able to fight from the outside. The castle and his crown are symbols, but he is in danger if he stays here alone. I glance at Waltz and notice him. Why am I feeling it English? I glance at Waltz and notice him paling. I can tell the magic is sapping his strength, making him weaker. I ball my hands into fists. I cannot leave the king here by himself. He is the king and I am the crown princess. Waltz, you will come back for me, right? What are you? Before he can react, I put my hands on his back and push with all the strength I can muster. Walt stares at me in horror as he falls into his portal. I am sorry. Waltz disappears and the portal collapses in on itself, leaving me with the king. Both my mind and heart are numb as the nights approach, ready to surround us. The king and I sit on the floor with our hands tied behind our backs. There are 2 knights standing by the door to watch over us. I look at the king, who remains as quiet and solemn as before. He has been so calm. Does he have a plan? I am surprised when he finally breaks the silence. Because there are questions I need answers to. Besides, I cannot just leave you here. I have many things to ask. You. King Gennaro falls silent as he stares at me. The gold of his eyes clearly reflects my own. I never realized how similar our eyes were. Yes, I was given the fairy tale curse and turned into a peasant. My title was stolen from me and from the minds of the people. No one remembers who I am anymore. How did you know? Missing a piece? Wait, a piece? I look down and stare at the second slipper. My eyes widen when I notice that the piece is bigger. But when did this happen? I consider and recall the moment I broke Waltz's curse. Was it when I broke Waltz's curse? This means I only have one more deed left to complete, but my birthday is tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Yes, I am, just worried. I am sure what he means, but either way, there's no way I could possibly sleep now. At least this is what I tell myself, but as minutes pass by, I feel my eyes getting heavier. Eventually, I drift into a dreamless sleep. I blink a few times, and when I come to, I find that I am leaning on the king's shoulder. I fell asleep. The king glances back to the door, his eyes narrowed slightly as he takes a deep breath. What? I turn to the front doors and realize that the knights guarding the room are missing. I'm surprised when the king pulls out the ropes that were binding him. He holds a small knife in his hands. How long has he been out of his bindings? When did you free yourself? Sounds like something I would say. But where did you get the knife? They made sure to take anything we could have had. Wait, anything we had that could have been a weapon. The king leans down to cut my bindings, and lowers himself to the ground. His fingers brush the floor. What are you doing? He puts a small key from his pocket and fits it into a crevice in the floor. The floor gives a gentle audible rumble. The king pulls the tile from the floor, revealing a hidden staircase. There was a hidden staircase here, in the floor? I nod and follow after him. The king sets the panel in place as we descend down into darkness. The floor rumbles once more as the hidden pathway closes behind us. Both of us walk in silence for some time. The only sound we hear are the echoes of our footsteps. I am behind the king, staring at his bag. He seems to have already recovered from his earlier injury. Or he could just be pretending that he's alright. How's your back? Silence ensues once again. I cannot stand the silence any longer, and speak up before I lose my nerve. I am sorry. Because I have done nothing but cause you trouble. Rod told me once that, when I disappeared, the king was the happiest he'd ever been. Because I was not there. I'm sure if you had been given the chance to forget me or not, you would have chosen to forget me. Stop in my tracks and turn away. It has been years since I called you that. You were never there for me, so I stopped considering you my father. A deafening silence falls upon us. Can you tell me why you distanced yourself from me? The king looks at me silently, something like regret in his eyes. I want to stop myself from my foolish question. My apologies. I forgot that you do not remember me. You know, I have learned many things since I have been cursed, but the things I have learned do not answer my questions. I had thought that by staying here I would finally chance upon some answers, some truth. I have always thought that only Mother loved me because you were never there for me. Well, I can understand why you would hate me. I am a witch's daughter after all. You mean with my mother? The king looks down, his face contorted with anger. Our faith said that Mother already broke their rules long before she took over the kingdom. Her hands were already stained with blood. Enough. I recall when he thanked Waltz for saving the kingdom. Can you tell me who Waltz is? Really? Mother killed Waltz's family? I cannot believe this. Just how many lives did she take? So that is how Parfait got the copy of the key. I do not know why the king decided to comment on such a thing, but my cheeks are suddenly warm. No. Do I? Right, how do we even get to this conversation? Hold on. The two of us are still waking, walking, when the king suddenly stops and I nearly bump into him. I follow his gaze to a rusty door. He slowly approaches the door. I nod at him. He turns the knob and pulls open the door. That's... The king and I can only gape at the sight in front of us. It is the last thing we expect to see behind the door. Mother. I feel I cannot trust my eyes, because it is indeed Mother standing before us. She looks the same as when I last saw her, like she had just been sleeping all this time. Is that the Crystallum Tenebrarum? She looks like she has been trapped inside the crystal, but how? He found us. The king immediately moves to stand in front of me. Zimrithro saunters toward us with a wide smile on his face, looking unperturbed. Mithros does not answer. The king reaches for his knife and frowns. What are you going to do with Mother? What? I stare at Sir Mithros, shocked. Revive Mother? Is it even possible to bring back the dead? What? It is true that I have always wished for Mother to come back, but Doloran Parfait told me the truth, and now, that is the last thing I want. What if Mother ruins the kingdom once again? The king charges towards Sir Mithros with the knife in his hand. Mother! But Sir Mithros easily sends him flying backward with a flick of his wrist and a magic spell. The knife falls to the ground, just a few feet from where I stand. Your Majesty. I'm about to run to him when Vark steps out of the darkness of the room and points a sword at the king's throat. Every reasonable spot. Has he been there? Has he been here this whole time? Listen. No. Like, I love him. But no. But that's the thing, though. It's like, if I agree, it's like, yeah, I save his life, but that means I also bring back my mother. And she terrorizes people. And if I decline, they'll kill him. They're also probably gonna force me to do it. Right? I totally don't know what the right choice is here. Um... This is a hard one. Yeah, that's the thing. I either revive the queen and save the king, or... but to give up his life, I can't do that. Oh man, I'm gonna regret this choice. Right. I may not have a good relationship with the king, but I cannot forsake his life. Defeated, I nod at Sir Mithros. I will help you, Mithros. The king suddenly cries out in pain as Varg plunges his sword into his arm. Ooh. The king's sleeve is slowly dyed maroon with his blood. Stop! I cringe at the sight of the king's blood. You said you wouldn't hurt him. I take a few steps back as Varg approaches us. All I manage to do is back myself into the wall. How? Whatever. I'm not even a question anymore. Varg looks at me, amused like a cat toying with a mouse. He takes another step, but I do not get to see the movements he makes afterwards. A bright light engulfs the area, eliciting an agitated hiss from Mithros. But how? When the light clears, Varg is still standing, his eyes on my feet. I follow his gaze. Oh, I did a good deed by sparing his life. My shoes have been replaced with 2 beautiful glass slippers. I broke my curse? What did I do? The king looks at me, his eyes hazy. He opens his mouth to speak, but then stops when Mithros comes to hover just above him, his expression fixed into a glare. Varg takes us to one of the prison cells and locks us up. I scowl at him. He only smirks in response. He flashes me a lopsided smile before taking his leave. Daddy. Sorry. The king collapses to the ground with his back to one of the walls. I quickly run to his side so that I can inspect his wound. Does he have anything I can use to tend to this wound? I notice something in one of his pockets and quickly lean forward to pull it out. A handkerchief. It is small, but it will have to do. I take the king's handkerchief and wrap it around his wounded arm. I am sorry. Your injury is my fault. The king cups my cheek and turns my head so that I am facing him. The gesture is so gentle it moves me to tears. His face is twisted in pain as he stares at me, eyes brimming with tears. I see the recognition in his eyes. Having reunited with my father like this makes me realize that I still cared for him. I already have. The words take a great weight off my heart. It is as if the ice has been shrouding it for so long is finally melting away. Without another word, my father throws his arms around me, trapping me in a warm embrace. This is the first time he has ever hugged me. I feel tears brimming in my eyes, and soon I am crying as I bury my face into my father's shoulder. We stay like this for what seems like a lifetime, leaning against each other and crying, silently asking for forgiveness. Once we are more relaxed, I sit down beside my father and tell him what has transpired since I was cursed. His expression becomes darker with every word that I speak. No, my life as a commoner showed me things I had never appreciated before. It was more fulfilling than my life in the palace. The moment I became Christian might be the first moment I started truly living. I take a deep breath as I contemplate the question that has been in my heart all this time. Your Majesty, have you ever loved me? I am terrified, but I still force myself to look right at the king. I blink at him, my eyes filled with tears. I've waited so long to hear those words from you. If you loved me, why were you not there for me? Why did you let Mother do this to me? Was it because I was her daughter? But you're also my daughter. Right? But you're also mine, which means I can't fully hate you. His voice shows off and he avoids my eyes. He sighs softly. Oh, so she put a spell on him? I was about to say, if he loved somebody else, how did he end up having a kid with her? And I was like, oh yeah, she can use magic. That's a thing. That poor man. Dang! And then she corrupted you. Oh no! The birthday surprises every year. The letters that led to the secret birthday rooms. Those surprises were always the highlight of my birthday. This whole time, it was you who planned those surprises? Aww. He pauses, then shakes his head. I drove you away. I think back to all those times when he tried to talk to me or approach me. I would always walk away or refuse to talk to him. Because I hated him. I was convinced he didn't love me. But you're here now, right? I smile hesitantly, and he smiles back. He leans forward to place a kiss on my forehead, even as he wipes a tear away. I love you too, Father. He rests his hand on my cheek. But if I refuse to help them, they would kill you. Father shakes his head and smiles. Oh, no, 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 no. No dying on me. Not this time. Father moves his hand in front of me. Varg doesn't answer. He silently taps his cane into the ground, creating the same energy force as before, sending Father back into the wall with an invisible force. Father! The father staggers back to his feet and gazes at me with a pained expression. I ball my hands into tight fists. I have no other choice. I am sorry, Father, but I cannot let them kill you. I try to smile at him reassuringly before walking away with Varg. The last thing I hear is him calling my name before Varg closes the door, and there is silence in the hallway. Sorry, Dad. I love you too much. I'm once again standing in front of Mother's crystallized form. I stare at my mother's crystallized form in silence, but fear takes hold of my body. I do as commanded and set my hands on the surface of the crystal. Moments later, the clock strikes 12 and my body suddenly grows heavy. A strange power begins to flow through me. What is happening? I attempt to pull my hands back, but to no avail. Not only are they heavy, but they feel as if they are glued to the crystal. Even as I struggle to move, I feel my energy dimming as the crystal grows brighter and brighter. I blink a few times as tears begin to sting my eyes. I bite my lip in an attempt to keep myself from falling unconscious, and the effort only makes me taste blood. Out of the corner of my eyes, I catch a glimpse of Waltz by the door, his hand glowing as he prepares to cast a spell. Waltz, help me! Waltz's eyes meet mine, his expression contorting in anger as he turns to glare at Mithros. Waltz releases a spell at Mithros, who quickly conjures a shield to protect himself. I feel so weak. I feel my knees giving out. The next thing I know, Waltz stands beside me with a dagger. He drives the edge of the dagger into the tenebrarum's surface, cracking it slightly. And then I am free. Waltz catches me in his arms just before my body hits the floor. My body relaxes when I feel his arms around me. I squint up at his face, but his features are blurry. I have to blink a few times to clear my vision. I knew you'd come back, man. Thank you. That is a good question. How did he get in here? Parfait steps through a hole in the wall that her outburst of magic created. She looks solemn. You? She said, huh? Mythos raises his hand to cast a spell, but Parfait quickly freezes him in place with a flick of her wrist. I'm surprised, but then I realize that Parfait is the Lucius bearer. Lucis bearer. Even in her weakened state, it seems she is a force to be reckoned with. She turns to face me with a weak smile on her face. While Parfait is speaking, Varg slowly moves forward with his cane. Seems just about ready to bring it down to the ground when Parfait turns in place and casts a spell. The magic hits the cane head-on, shattering it on impact. Varg, however, seems surprisingly calm. Varg suddenly charges toward Parfait. Something silver and sharp glints in his hand. Parfait doesn't even move as she casts another spell, knocking Varg back against the wall. The knife in his hand clatters to the ground. Varg staggers back to his feet. The mask covering his eyes falls from his face as he stands. When he looks up, I feel my blood turn cold. Fritz? Varg wags his finger at me, his smile crooked. I clutch Waltz's shirt between my fingers as I stare. Everything begins to feel hazy once again. Oh, what is going on? I hear my father before I see him. Damn, he's loud. When I turn, he is limping toward us with a pained expression on his face. I can only assume that he somehow made it out of his cell, or that someone helped him out. Waltz's arm is still there to support me as I walk toward my father. Father reaches out to touch both my cheeks. His warmth makes me flinch. I will be fine. Father clenches his fist and turns to Mithros. Bright light suddenly surrounds the tenebrarum, and the whole room is engulfed in white. Hi, Mom. Father! I am unable to see what has happened, but as soon as the light disappears, I see what horror has happened before me. Ooh. I scream when I spot the large gash in my father's chest. Blood pours from a wound, from a blade of light. I catch my father in my arms as he stumbles back. Waltz quickly comes to stand beside me to help support him. Father! The voice is familiar, but distantly so. It is a voice from my memories. I look up and suddenly there she is. My mother stands before me, beautiful and regal. Her eyes are cold, lacking any kind of love as she looks over at me. Mithras, who has somehow managed to escape from Parfait, is now down on one knee before Mother. Parfait puts a hand to her chest as she begins to cough. She collapses to her knees. Mother's eyes snap to Waltz and narrow. Mother flicks her wrist as she casts her spell. Parfait quickly steps in front of us, and an invisible barrier appears just as Mother conjures a series of sharp ice projectiles. They bounce harmlessly off the shield, but I can feel the rumble in the ground as they tumble to the floor. Parfait! Parfait is still kneeling on the ground. Now I can see blood on her lips. I look down at my father. His shirt is soaked with blood, but his eyes are still barely open. Father. I feel tears brimming in my eyes. The room fills with light, this time emanating from the floor. Slowly, our surroundings begin to blur. Parfait's voice is pressed and pained as she speaks. The last thing I see is Mother's wicked smile. Then the light swells us whole. When the light fades, we are back in the margin. Parfait is still on the ground, though now she seems like she might sink into it. Walt starts from the room immediately. Father, please hold on. My father's clothes are now dyed the thick crimson that stains my hands and dress. Moments later, Walt returns with Rumple. Rushes over to the king the moment he sees him. Rumple tears my father's shirt open, revealing a deep wound on his chest. He quickly looks over his body, then attempts to apply pressure to the wound, but the bleeding does not stop. Can't you do something? True. There's a faraway look in his eyes as he says this, an almost pained expression on his face. His helpless expression makes the panic surge in me again. You call yourself a doctor? No! I cannot lose him, Walt. I turn to look down at my father, my eyes filling with tears. No. Don't say that, father. I collapse beside father, and he reaches up a shaking hand to touch my wet cheek. I can only nod at him. Okay, so wait. Because technically he did marry Ophelia, right? So, does she become queen? Or does Lucette become queen? I don't remember how monarchy works. Probably have to look it up. Father smiles at me, and it is so genuine and warm that it brings fresh tears to my eyes. His eyes slowly close, but the smile never leaves his lips. Father? I shake him, but he does not react. No. No! I lean over my father, willing him to come back, to open his eyes, but he is no longer breathing. The first time in my life, I cry for my father. Ever since my father's death, I have locked myself in my room. I am filled with constant grief and pain, but have become numb on the inside. Even when I want to cry, the tears won't come. I am in no mood to eat. Walt sets the tray down and walks toward me. Blankets crumple as he sits down beside me. Slowly he wraps his arms around me and strokes my hair. He did not deserve to die the way that he did. At my mother's hand. I curl my fingers into Waltz's shirt. I do not want to lose anyone anymore, Waltz. Waltz continues to stroking my hair. He plants a kiss on my forehead, and I close my eyes, relishing his warmth. Waltz's hold is firm but comfortable. I sink into his arms as I fall into a dreamless sleep. Days later, the palace announced his father's death. It isn't long before Alcaster is given his crown. The announcement of his ascension comes with an explanation of the king's death. The palace paints me as a criminal, telling the townsfolk that I was the one who killed the king. I am labeled a fugitive, and the royal family is officially declared missing. We have all been in hiding together since then, the royal family included. Now it has been 2 weeks since father died. The longer time moves on, the more aware I become of one gaping realization. Mother has not yet shown herself to the public. What could she be plotting? I place my hand over my heart, pulling the pain away. Every time I think of mother, I remember the sword of light that went through my father's body. Enough time has passed. Even though I am suffering losses, I cannot stand idle. I have a promise to fulfill. Oh, I didn't even realize the ad break was going. Whoops. It's fine. I'll take a break next time. I will protect our kingdom. I'm about to go back to my room when Parfait calls me. Delora stands beside her. No. I look away, avoiding their eyes. What is it that you want to discuss with me? Still weak. Odd. What are you saying? What? Hell yeah, I'm the new bearer, let's go! Parfait and Delora exchange a glance. Delora turns to me, her usually lax expression more solemn. I have never used magic before in my life. I have never been raised as a witch, and using magic to defeat Mother. I do not know. How is it that they're still willing to help me when I was the one that caused this whole mess? I need some fresh air. I begin to walk toward the door when I see Ophelia walk in from the tavern. Our eyes briefly meet, and she opens her mouth to say something, but then stops when I shake my head. I do not want to hear her blame me for my father's death. Certainly that must be what she is thinking. Ophelia frowns but does not speak. I quicken my pace, almost running as I head into the forest. The night is silent and calm, and the only sound I can hear is the gentle sway of the grass as I step through it. Mother is back because of me. If I hadn't revived her, father would still be alive. How am I supposed to face everyone knowing that? Paul's has been trying to cheer me up. While I appreciate his company and concern, even he cannot help me come to terms with my mistakes. I hear footsteps behind me. I turn to see Waltz approaching with a frown on his face. Please, I am not in the mood to listen to your reassurances again. I do not need you to tell me again that this was not my fault. How would you know what my father would have wanted? I snap at him without meaning to, not bothering to hide the irritation in my voice. This is the only way I could keep them safe. Worse sin, I already know the pain of losing someone that I love. I have brought nothing but suffering to those around me. I cannot get close to anyone again, lest I put them in danger. I have already lost my father, and I do not want to lose anyone else. Especially not you, Waltz. Waltz's eyes widen as he stares at me. Waltz snaps his fingers and golden orbs of light suddenly spring to life around us. Whoa! Sorry. I can only marvel at the orbs of light floating around us. They look like stars dancing through the night. It's beautiful. I don't know why I said it like that. Walt snaps his fingers again and most of the lights go out. He snaps again until only one light remains. Another snap and the golden orbs return, this time in great numbers. The lights are brighter than they were before. You were not alone. You know what's crazy? I was literally listening to that song yesterday. My heart is pounding so hard, I fear it might escape my chest. In this moment, it feels as if time has stopped. It is just the two of us. All I can see is Waltz. As I stand here staring at him, I come to a realization. I love him. When did this happen? That's what I'm asking myself. When did this happen? After a few moments, I realize that it does not matter. I stand on the tips of my toes so that I can cup Waltz's face in my hands. And but before I can think, leaning over to place a light kiss on his lips. I feel an arm around me as Waltz pulls me closer. The kiss becomes more heated, and I feel a gentle flame stirring in my stomach, even as my mind becomes foggier. I feel his tongue on my lips, but when I part them, he has suddenly drawn away, his face deep red. I feel the heat in my cheeks and have to fight back my embarrassment. I just kissed Waltz. I look up at Waltz, suddenly realizing how close he is to me. I quickly bury my face into his chest to hide my embarrassment. Waltz's chest rises and falls with his gentle laughter. I close my eyes, allowing his warmth to envelop me like a blanket. I am overwhelmed, but Waltz's words make me feel strangely light, as if a weight has truly been lifted from my shoulders. I will. Thanks. I know I didn't say thanks, but at this point, I'm gonna start shortening shit. Waltz places a soft kiss on my forehead and smiles at me as he pulls away. He extends a hand toward me. I smile as I slowly take his hand. We walk back to the march in hand, momentarily forgetting about all the bad things that have transpired. Oh, chapter 8. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. Dear God. It's almost it's almost been 3 weeks. It's been almost 3 weeks since Mother's revival, and yet I have not heard or seen anything of her. What are you planning to do, Mother? Parfait told me before that the Tenebrarum has already chosen me as its next bearer. Does this have anything to do with why Mother is still in hiding? It's not impossible to feel the weight of my new responsibility. I have not yet fully accepted that I am now the bearer, but I cannot run from this responsibility for long. Tenebrarum's fair duty is to work alongside Parfait to balance the light and darkness of the kingdom. At this point, if I mess up, fuck it. I'm tired. That balance has only begun mending before Mother's sudden revival. For nights I have been wondering if there was some other way to stop Mother without fighting her. A small part of me hopes that perhaps Mother can still change. I still think about that, and then I remember how Mother so heartlessly killed Father as soon as she had been revived. She was sleeping for 4 years, but that did not change her mind. Even now I can only assume that she means to make this kingdom suffer. It feels as if my heart is twisting itself into a knot. The gasp when a bright sparkle fizzles to life in my hands. I clench and unclench my hands, taking deep breaths to calm myself. Ever since I started trying to work with magic, it has been activating on its own. Whenever I feel any sort of deep emotion, some type of electricity sparks in my hands. It is all I can do to try and keep my emotions in check. The last thing I want is to accidentally burn down the margin, or hurt anyone inside of it. Delore and Waltz have both agreed to start teaching me how to use my magic. For the last few days, the forest near the margin has served as the training grounds. Parfait constantly cloaks the margin in powerful magic to keep our presence hidden from the Mother and the other witches. It allows us to use our magic without worrying about being tracked. Still, Parfait's constant spell has considerably weakened her. Delore and Waltz tried to convince her not to cast it in the first place, but Parfait insisted that we remain as close to the Tenebrarum as possible, rather than move somewhere safer. She told us that I need to be close to the Tenebrarum as its bearer. As far as we all know, the crystal is still unmoved in the palace. I know that the chance I will face Mother in a battle of magic is extremely high. Although I fear the outcome, I have no choice but to consider the possibility. Time is running out, and I do not have the luxury of waiting much longer. I must decide what I must do. They all believe that I am the only one who can stand up to Mother, even with so little practice. Last night I told Parfait that I would make my decision the next day, and that I would have tell everyone what I have decided. Now it is time for that decision. When I step into the reception room, everyone is already there waiting for me. I catch Waltz's eyes first. He cocks his head ever so slightly, his lips stretching into a warm smile. I nod at him and smile back. I take a deep breath before facing everyone. This is the first time I have spoken properly with everyone since my father's death. Before I tell you of my decision, I want to apologize for everything that I have done and for everything that has happened. Mother is back because I was a coward, and Father died because I was weak. Ophelia is the first to respond. I stare down at the ground with my hands clenched. I try to will my anger away, but only manage a few deep, stilling breaths before I look up again. I brought Mother back because I feared the disobedience would have them killed my father. Yet in the end, he was still. Image of father's smiling face flashes through my mind. I clear my throat. I promised him that I would protect Anchiel, and that is what I intend to do. I will do everything I can to protect our kingdom. The words are shocking, even more so when they come out of Dolores' mouth. Wait! I hadn't even thought about being the next ruler. I'm not even sure I have the right qualities. Can I really do this? I cannot let father down. I have to do this for his sake, but the kingdom comes before the crown. I'll only take the crown if I can win it back. The fact that it matters what you say is crazy. Because both of them are essentially saying, oh yeah, help me. But I'll have to rely on you guys because it is not like me to admit to weakness, but I cannot keep pretending that I can do all of this on my own. I am not certain how much I would be able to do on my own. It will be hard, but we will stop Mother. Together, we might stand a chance against her. Parfait looks at me, eyebrows furrowed. I feel a tinge of pain in my chest, but force my eyes to hold Parfait's gaze. I look into Parfait's eyes with determination. I do. Later that same day, I resumed my training with Waltz while Parfait and Delora tried to come up with a plan. Durian and Garland returned to the town to listen for any information regarding Mother and Alcaster or any happenings in the palace. I forced myself to focus only on learning how to use my magic as fast as I can. Today, Waltz is continuing his lessons on barriers. He has been teaching me the same spells for the past week, emphasizing my protection. One shields you from harm while the other deflects a spell back at the caster. Oh, oh no, that got caught. Damn, could be like that. So how do I know what barrier I must use? But a treat? He always did like treating me in town. I wonder if this is just like those other sweets he treated me to before. Walt snaps his fingers and a glimmering but faint purple light appears around him. It is faded at first, but slowly becomes brighter as he moves his hands. Usually the effects of Waltz's magic are immediate, but the spell is taking longer to cast. Is it stronger magic? I remember Waltz telling me before that it takes a lot of energy to cast a strong barrier. Does that apply to offensive spells as well? What did he say? Strong ones can't be deflected? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. They can't be deflected. Slow casting time makes this seem like a powerful spell, and powerful spells cannot be deflected. Surely this is the right answer. My confidence is thwarted by sudden indecision. Oh. True, you really won't. I look at him and nod. It should be the right answer. I have never shielded myself from a powerful spell. What if my barrier breaks? I do as instructed and stretch out my hands to cast a barrier to shield myself. My hands shake as Waltz's spell collides with my barrier. I plant my feet to hold myself upright. Such a strong spell. When the light dissipates, I look up hesitantly before smiling triumphantly when I see that my barrier is still in one piece. I did it! I eye the barrier again. My heart sinks when I notice new cracks in the surface. My barrier. Oh dear. My display okay? I can't tell. It might be overeating. Jeez. I don't understand why this gets so hot. Well, as long as OBS doesn't stop. I nod. I have a good teacher. So when will you teach me offensive spells? I told everyone that I would fight, and I meant it. If I need to hurt someone to save someone, I will do it. I look him in the eyes, my gaze unwavering. I still need to learn, even if it's just one offensive spell, Waltz. What if I need to help you? I cannot do that just by conjuring barriers. I will not lose anyone else this time, Waltz. I look up at Waltz and my heart aches at the sight of his frown. Oh, give me a second. Just gonna move this here. Cause goddamn, it was lagging like a bitch. I look up at Waltz and my heart aches at the sight of his frown. I do not want to lose you either. That is why I need to be as strong as possible. I want to be able to protect you. Waltz makes his way over to me just in a few strides and pulls me into his arms. But Waltz pulls back and looks at me, his expression warm and gentle. Huh? Waltz bends down to place his lips over mine in a soft kiss. It is a short-lived kiss, but it's still enough to make me breathless. That was your special treat? A little bit. Sorry, I just love food. I quickly press my cheek to his chest, to keep him from seeing my tinted cheeks. No. Teach me an offensive spell first. I shake my head at Waltz, determined. Using my magic before did wear me out, but now I can handle more. What kind of bearer would I be if I couldn't handle this much? Please? I am begging you, Waltz. Okay, it's all better now, that's good. He eventually sighs and rubs the back of his neck. Thank you. He steps away from me. Let me just finish. There we go. I nod as Waltz continues his explanation. Though I try my best to conjure the electricity, I have only managed sparks at the end of the day. Hey, it's better than nothing. I need to learn that spell as soon as possible. Ooh, why is my chat like squished? There we go. I yawn and then close my eyes. Sleep comes easy that night. That voice. No. I sit up in my bed, my heart pounding loudly in my chest and in my ears. A dream? I wipe unexpected beads of sweat from my forehead as I calm myself with steady breaths. No, I will never go back to you, Mother. I end up waking later than usual. A result of my practice from yesterday. When I step inside the reception room, I see Julian and Garland speaking with Parfait, Delora, and Waltz. There is a definite solemnity to the air. They all turn to look at me as I approach. Did something happen? What? Delora soon gathers everyone in the room to discuss Julian and Garland's discovery. The only one who is not here is Ennis, who is in town buying ingredients for the march-in meals. Alcaster is in power now, and the people favor him. Now that everyone remembers who I am, they are once again frightened of me. No one would listen to you. I look at Amela in surprise and find myself smiling at her. Thank you for your kind words. I turn to everyone once again and frown. Once again, I am putting everyone in danger. I am so sorry. If any one of them gets hurt, I will never forgive myself. Waltz takes my hand and squeezes it. The simple gesture does wonders to calm my nerves. Before I might have cringed at her words, but now, Ophelia has nothing to gain from pretending. I don't know about that family part. Our link is gone. No, I'm kidding. Ophelia and Amel are both smiling at me warmly. Even Rod seems to have a ghost of a smile on his face. Thank you. Brigantia? Brigantia is one of our neighboring kingdoms. We have never had close ties, mostly because Brigantia's king tends to stay away from our personal and political affairs. They have always refused to engage in any sort of violent affairs. We'll look at Karma, who stands there looking sullen. After a few moments, he lets out an exasperated sigh. I remember Karma mentioning before that he was part of a noble family, but I did not expect them to be from Brigantia. What is he doing here, and how could he possibly ask help from a king? Son, you mean? Karma crosses his arms and sighs. Judging from the sudden quiet of the room, it seems that Parfait, Delora, Waltz, and the knights were the only ones that knew. The Lost Prince. He came to Angiel to break his curse. His eyes wander slowly to me, but then he focuses once more on the conversation. Bill turned to stare at Ennis. Her smile fades as she pulls out a flyer for us to see. An announcement. I'm coming too. I need to know what is happening. I cannot hide forever, Waltz. I will go, and I do not need anyone's permission to do so. Delora looks at me and winks. Parfait lets out a heavy sigh. Waltz nods. Karma looks somewhat startled, but eventually nods as well. have been practicing my magic non-stop since the day we heard of Alcaster's speech. I continue to work on my barriers while also continuously attempting that one offensive spell Waltz tried to teach me. Okay. I stretch out my hand and imagine the energy gathering at my fingertips. I see the sparks as I begin to cast the spell. At the end of my casting time, I can feel the lightning snaking up and down my arms. I direct the spell at Waltz with as much strength as I can muster, but it barely touches his barrier before it fades away. I groan. But the speech is tomorrow. I will not be able to master it by then. The two of us continue to diligently work, but after a few more rounds, my arms are sore and my mind is foggy. Waltz calls it a day and the two of us retire to our rooms for the night. I have tossed and turned in my bed for what feels like an hour, but sleep still will not come. It has been almost a month since I last went into town, and it is impossible not to imagine the worst possible scenario for tomorrow. I will probably be awake until the sun rises. I turn to glance at the doll that Waltz gave me so long ago. She sits on my table, her glassy eyes staring back at me. I wonder if he's already asleep. Maybe he can help me calm my nerves. Waltz? There's only silence. Maybe he is already asleep. I'm about to leave when the door suddenly opens. Hello, Waltz. I nod. I sit on his bed and look around. My eyes shift to his table where I notice a pile of sewing materials and an assortment of puppets. You have been working on your puppets? Silence ensues as Walt sits down beside me with one of his puppets. He begins to slowly sew at one of the seams. Silence is deafening. He looks Why can't I English? No, I do not want to disturb him. Can you just... After a few moments, he hesitantly breaks the silence. At this point, if I fuck up, I'm just gonna skip past it. I'm sure that they are. I do think I deserve to join you on stage, Mr. Magician. Talking about what happens afterwards makes me feel normal. It gives me some hope. Hope that eventually everything will go back to normal. I feel better now. Thank you, Waltz. You have just by being here with me. Little Star. There is that nickname again. No, I was just wondering where it came from. I can only stare as Walt smiles at me. Right now, all I want is to stay by his side, to stay within the comforts of his warmth. I look at him and a thought shifts into my head, tinting my cheeks pink. Can I stay with you tonight? Walt's face is tomato red. He looks shocked. I can't? You might. You mean? He glances away, begins mumbling to himself. I suddenly feel dejected. Walt sighs. Really? lost my words right there. We both lay side by side in bed, shifting only slightly. Waltz is especially stiff. I wonder why. I let my arms around his waist and snuggle into the crook of his neck. Waltz tenses beneath me. What? Thank you for letting me stay. My room felt colder than normal tonight. I couldn't help thinking about tomorrow, and then about father, and my words shell up as I try to focus on Waltz's warmth. Please do not leave me as well, Waltz. I move back to look up at him. Waltz stares at me with an intensity that makes it difficult to look away. His features are illuminated by the soft moonlight, making them stand out all the more. My heart skips a beat. I reach out to touch his cheek. Thank you. He smiles at me before putting his arm around my waist and pulling me closer. I snuggle against his chest, taking in his warmth. I eventually fall asleep in his arms. As you do. Today is the day! Everyone has been busy preparing for the speech. I was told to relax, and I have used the opportunity to move into the forest and get some fresh air. If only everywhere was as peaceful as this. What? I turn around and see Ophelia slowly walking toward me, a hesitant smile on her face. Ophelia? You have already helped me enough, Ophelia. You supported father when I did not. You have to stay safe, you and the others. Ophelia takes my hand in hers and looks at me solemnly. Ophelia. Guilt floods through me. I have been cruel to her ever since she first came into our lives, and yet she still treats me so warmly. I do not deserve your kindness after all I have done to you. Amela and Rod, I am so sorry. Ophelia pulls me into a hug and smooths down my hair. I nod and close my eyes. I missed out on so many things when I closed my heart up to everyone. I had always thought I was alone, but I was wrong. Thank you, Ophelia. Sir Alcaster's speech starts in an hour, and everyone is making last-minute preparations before we go into town. Ophelia, Amela, and Annis will stay behind as Rod and Rumple volunteer to watch over them. Delore and Parfait left yesterday to attend a meeting with the fairies. Apparently they found someone who holds important information about Mother and her plans. Amela approaches me, her eyebrows creased. I haven't really thought about that yet. I'm taken aback by her question. I mean, look, somebody has to ask. Because it's like, you know? Exactly, you have to consider the worst possible scenario. Jurian continues to look at me, waiting for my answer. Finally face her with determination. I will face her and I will stop her. That's all there is to it. Alright, let's see if we got the good or bad ending. Honestly, I can't even tell what I got. I stand in the alleyway with Waltz, Jurian, and Karma, making sure to stay hidden in shadow as we watch the sea of people moving toward the plaza. Garland is scouting around the plaza for Knight's positions, and we have been waiting here for him. There are so many people. I am not a fool. I would not pick a fight that would put anyone in needless danger. Sorry, I was trying to crack my neck. I look away. I know that. Wait, where'd it hurt? Never mind. Never mind. I won't say nothing. Garland suddenly appears with a stiff frown. I turn to look at Garland, and I notice the man beside him. My eyes widen at the sight of him. Fritz? Garland pushes him and Fritz stumbles forward. He falls to his knees only a few inches away from me. I twitch at the sight of his face. There is no sign of the wicked smile that was once on his face when he was under the guise of Varg. Though he looks confused, the relief in his eyes seems genuine. Are you truly Fritz, or are you Varg? Or both? I raise an eyebrow. I can still remember what happened weeks ago, when the mask fell from his face in the room with the Tenebro. In that moment I saw Fritz's face no matter what Varg said. Varg was in league with Alcaster and Mithros. The man I saw back then was definitely Fritz, even if he never confirmed it. What are you doing here? Fritz flinches. Why, so you can take me back to Mithros? Or are you here to kill me? Fritz bows slow, his clenched hands trembling at his sides. Fritz glances up at me slowly, his expression resolute. Fritz glares not at me but through me, as if remembering something unpleasant. At bay, Fritz explained. Know about this audience. I have a responsibility to at least hear him out. What do you want from Parfait? Karma turns to Fritz, clearly skeptical. Fritz is silent for a few moments. After some time, he speaks again more hesitantly. What? Then she is now sick like Parfait, only Mother seems to have it worse than her. Parfait said something similar, but she said that she could no longer feel Mother's connection to with the Tenebro, but what Fritz just said. Walt stares at Fritz, eyes wide. Walt crosses his arms, his expression thoughtful. Fritz's expression quickly morphs into something grim as he frowns down at the ground. Walt and I exchange a look before we turn back to Fritz. Fritz's eyes are distant, his mouth pulled into a tight grimace. All I can do is stare at him, uncertain of what he has just told me. Fritz looks at me imploringly. I shake my head slowly. I'm confused. You betrayed us, but then you are helping us as well. Which side are you on? Fritz tries to stand up, but his knees wobble and suddenly he's down on the ground again, his hand clutching at his chest. Fritz? Fritz looks at me, his pale face covered in sweat. Fritz keels over, his forehead touching the ground. Waltz. Walt snaps his fingers, and a rope of light appears around Fritz's wrist, pulling him down to the ground. I furrow my eyebrows as Fritz, even as he cocks his head to look at me. Fritz, I am sorry. Julian nods at me. Garland quickly informs us of the knight's positions around the plaza and gives us clues about where we might hide to avoid their prying eyes. After he finished his briefing, Waltz, Karma, and I hurry off. Father, please watch over us today. There's so many people here. I have no idea that the seemingly harmless speech will be the start of their nightmares. I've been fiddling with my fingers since we got here, my nerves slowly taking over me. There's so many knights. Pull down the hood of my cloak to make sure that my face is concealed from them. Walt suddenly reaches out to take my hand. He raises it to his lips. Waltz looks at me with a gentle smile. I'm not worried about myself. I'm more worried about the people's safety, as well as our friends. I will not forgive myself if something bad happens to them. I know. I look up at it. Thank you. I feel the same way. Waltz wraps his arms around my waist and draws me closer to him. Waltz. Waltz takes my hand. I know I didn't say his name right, and plants a kiss on my fingers. How I wish I could share your optimism. In his casualness, how does he manage to act like this in front of so many people in at so dire a time? A woman announces that the king's presence in Waltz, and I immediately turn our attention to the stage. I know I fucked that up. Takes a step away from me, arms at his side, expression suddenly stoic. Alcaster walks to the center of the platform with a triumphant smile. Everyone goes silent at the sound of his voice. Members of the crowd begin to chatter amongst each other. It hurts that people believe him, but I cannot say I blame them. That voice. I frantically look around for her, but though her voice echoes around us, she is nowhere to be seen. Where is she hiding? The crowd grows restless at the sound of her voice, and they try to search her with her eyes. A bright light fades into existence right beside Alcaster. A silhouette emerges from the light, and suddenly I can see her in all her wicked glory. My mother, the witch who killed my father. Mythos stands behind her. She is here. Her sudden appearance causes the already restless crowd to break into a panic. Yep, I'm just going with it. One word from her and the crowd falls into silence. Not a single person dares to move, their eyes now glued to the witch in front of them. Alcaster acts more quickly than expected, drawing his sword from its sheath and pointing it at her neck. Mother faces the crowd with a smile and spreads her arms in a gesture of grandness. Mother is even paler than when I last saw her, making the dark circles stand out even more beneath her eyes. She looks worse than Parfait. Alcaster grits his teeth and charges toward Mother. Mythos definitely steps in front of her and casts a shield. Alcaster slams his sword into an invisible wall, and with a wave of Mythos' hand, Alcaster is suddenly thrown back. Once again, the crowd becomes restless. Sparkling icicle darts appear in midair as Mother raises her hand. They point outward, casting themselves in the direction of the townspeople. She's used the spell before, but there are now even more of them. It looks weak, yet she can still manage this much. I stare at Walt with wide eyes and lower my voice into a panicked whisper. I thought she was planning to kill Alcaster. I cannot let her do this. I ignore Waltz and quickly run to the center of the crowd, knowing this will be the most effective place to set up a barrier. A strong gust of wind causes my hood to come off. Of course! I stretch out my arms as I concentrate on casting a shield around the entirety of the crowd. I do my best to shut out everyone's voices as I push all of my energy toward the palm of my hands, imagining an impenetrable glass arching in front of us. As soon as I have cast a massive shield, the icicles shatter upon impact, falling away. I wince at the impact, but force myself to stand steady even when I am pushed back. I will not let you hurt anyone anymore, Mother. The crowd begins to murmur all around us. She did this to draw me out. Alcaster is once again back on his feet, his sword poised and ready to strike. He cannot defeat Mother with a mere sword. Mother looks at Alcaster, a wide grin slowly parts her lips. Mother flicks her hand and a silver light begins to gather in her palm. I recognize that spell. As much as I hate Alcaster for what he has done to this kingdom, I cannot just stand idly by as she summons a spell to kill him. Push myself forward, rushing toward Alcaster. Alcaster, run! But I'm too late. A second later, a sword of light appears and impales Agat right through the chest. I was not. Oh god. No! This time the crowd finally begins to disperse. People begin to push past each other, screaming and crying. Most of them are almost at the edges of the plaza before Mother casts another spell, creating a barrier to lock everyone inside. A strong wave of energy pulsates through my body, making me stumble. This is. The people's negative energy is fueling the Tenebra arm. My eyes shift toward Mother, whose grin is deranged, inhumanly wide. A shiver runs down my spine. Mother, stop this madness. In my moment of hesitation, Waltz rushes forward to cast a spell. Purple spikes run toward Mother, but she does nothing to stop them. Mathros effortlessly stands in front of her, casting a shield. The force of Waltz's spell sends him stumbling backward. I hear his shield crack. Mathros tries to keep it up, but ends up succumbing to the force of Waltz's spell. Eventually the gas shatters. The gas? Yes. And the spikes force their way through. One of them impales Mathros through the chest. Mother glances at Waltz, her lips pulls into a pleased smile. Mother turns to Mathros and raises her eyebrows slowly. These are the last words he can manage before he stops speaking. Fritz's voice echoes through the suddenly silent plaza. He rushes toward Alcaster, who has managed to walk a good distance away from Mother before he collapses to the ground. Soon Fritz is kneeling right beside Alcaster's body. Jurian and Garland are right behind him. I'm about to walk over to them, but Karma holds my arm and pulls me back. Your target is up there. But Mother watches Fritz and the two knights approach with disinterest. Caster brings his hand to his mouth and coughs. I can see blood on his hands. Father's last moments flash through my head, but I will the memory away as Mother turns her gaze on me. Mother surveys me with a warm smile. She holds out her hand and beckons me over. I shake my head. I'd rather die than join you. Than perish. You have done nothing for me. I will not let you do that. Mother is taken by surprise when another purple spike suddenly pushes through the ground toward her. She steps back, avoiding the brunt of the attack, but her arm is still grazed. Blood oozes from a newly opened gash. Mother extends her hands, and in mere moments lightning has suddenly appeared and is winding its way up Waltz's body. No! I don't remember. Not that it matters, because I'm probably gonna get the bad ending anyway. I act on impulse, and I know that the spell I have been taught will not even graze her, but I do not consider that consequence as I raise my hand to cast a spell. Power slowly begins to trickle through my veins and into my palm as I approach the platform. Let him go. My heart is in my throat as I draw closer to where they are. Let him go. I will do anything, just let him go. Mother's voice is terrible and sweet, her tone filled with poison. I cannot bring myself to look at her. Instead, I keep my eyes firmly focused on Waltz. When Waltz speaks my name, it is in a soft voice that I have come to love so dearly. Waltz's eyes begin to dim, and I can see the hope draining out of him. I'm sorry, Waltz, but I cannot lose you too. There's a blinding flash of light, and then Mother and Waltz are both gone. A dull ache begins to spread through my chest. Again. I wasn't able to do anything again. Why am I so weak? Suddenly, I feel Jurian's hand on my shoulder. I turn to look at her. She stares at me solemnly for a few moments before her expression breaks and she shakes her head. I have to save him. Jurian looks through me and I follow her gaze. People are starting to back away, their expression a mixture of fear and anger. This is exactly like 4 years ago. One woman points an accusing finger at me. Her fear is palpable. The people begin to curse me. I stand quietly and listen to their insults. I cannot blame them for thinking this way. Karma moves to stand beside Jurian, and the two of them shield me from the angry masses. I doubt any of these people will listen to anything I have to say. A familiar man walks toward us with a gentle smile. You are... I'm surprised when both he and his wife come to stand beside me. What are you doing? The man smiles at me before turning his attention to the crowd. Aww. The angry shouting begins to fade into hushed accusations and aggressive whispering. Aww. See when you help people. These are the children that Waltz and I played with, the ones that watched his shows. The children stand to my other side. I can only stare in shock at everyone around me. My vision blurs as tears come to my eyes. I quickly wipe them away with the back of my hand. Everyone. See? These people believe in me, and that is why I have to live up to their hopes. I take a deep breath and start walking forward. Jurian grabs my hand, her brow creasing with worry, but I shake my head at her and smile. I will be okay. Jurian looks at me for a few moments before she finally releases me. Now that I'm directly in front of everyone, the area has quieted. I close my eyes and take another deep breath. Slowly, I get down on one knee before them. I'm sorry. The crowd begins to murmur again. I can hear more than a few stifled gasps. I raise a hand to silence Jurian. Once again, I look at the townspeople. I know my words are meaningless, but I still want to apologize for everything my mother has done, and also to the people I have hurt. I was blind and naive, ignoring the fear and anxiety of so many people. But I have grown since then, and now I see with clear eyes the hatred you have for my mother and for me. King Gennaro was killed by my mother, and I was not strong enough to save him. So yes, you are correct. I am the reason he is dead now. Oh, and there's the ad. I'm taking a break. Let's continue. But I made a promise to him, and I intend to keep it. I will protect Angiel in his stead, and I hope that all of you will give me a chance to prove myself worthy as your princess and your future queen. I promise I will make things right again, no matter what it takes. At least I think I can. I bow my head once again before standing. I then turn to Jurian and Karma. I notice that Fritz and Garland are absent and that Alcaster is nowhere to be seen. Hello, Garland and Fritz. What do you mean? Heaviness begins to sink in my chest. Bloodshed will only beget more bloodshed. This is why I cannot let anyone die anymore. I am pulled out of my reverie by the voice of one of the little boys. I stare at the smiling faces with bleary eyes. I do not even know if I will live through this, but I do not have the heart to ruin their optimism. I'd like that. I need them to keep hoping for a better tomorrow so that they will be strong enough to stand on their own feet if they must face the whole world. Tyrion, tell Delore and Parfait what happened when they come back to the margin. I step back and smile at her and Karma. I apologize for this. I back away toward the palace, putting as much distance as I can between me and the crowd, the platform, and Karma and Jurian. And as swiftly as I can, I hold out my hand to cast a large dome-shaped shield around the palace and I. My energy is falling away from me even as I cast the spell, only to be replaced by new energy. The Tenebrum is gaining power. Jurian rushes toward the shield and places her hands on it. She calls my name, but I only shake my head at her. No, I refuse to let anyone die. I can manage the shield for an hour. That should be enough time to save Waltz and end this for good. I offer one last smile before I turn and rush through the palace gates. Jurian and Karma continue to call my name, but to no avail. I'm sorry, everyone, but this is something that I must do on my own. This is the only way I can protect you all. I expected resistance when I entered the palace, but to my surprise there is no one here and not a single soul. Everyone was evacuated and my mother appeared outside. The stagnant air around me is suffocating. The night air is quiet and cold as death. The footsteps are very loud in the emptiness of the palace. If I give my powers to her voluntarily, will I die? This thought has haunted me since I first entered the palace. All too soon the doors to the throne room are before me. I pause in front of them, suddenly feeling anxious. Father, I'm sorry I cannot be the queen you wanted me to be. Waltz's life hangs in the balance, I must save him. I'm sorry for being selfish. I take a deep breath and with renewed determination push open the doors. Which means I got the bad end. Nice! I kinda had a feeling. I just never get the good endings like I want to. First thing I see is Mother sitting upon Father's throne. Mother? Somehow she looks even worse than earlier. My gaze is drawn to where Waltz is sitting at Mother's feet, his eyes widen when he notices me. Bright light surrounds his body like a rope, keeping him in place. Waltz! It looks as if he's trying to say something, but his mouth does not budge. It is as if his lips are sewn shut. What have you done to him? Mother draws her hand through Waltz's hair in a way that reminds me of a mother coddling her child. I clench my fists. Let him go. Mother's eyes flash. She could hurt him so easily if I anger her. I'm here now, so let him go. I can only manage to glare at her. I shake my head at her. That wasn't happiness. You kept me from happiness. And when I finally did find happiness, you took it away. Having friends, being loved by Father, I could have had all those things if it weren't for you. And even now, you would take Waltz from me. Mother rests her chin on the palm of her hand, expression cold as ice. I'm not looking at Mother when I answer. Instead, I direct my attention to Waltz, who is shaking his head at me. My only apology to him is a silent frown. Yes. I meet Mother's gaze at last. Tell me what I must do to save him. Silence in the throne room is deafening, but I am resolute. No matter what happens, Waltz must live. Mother raises her hands to her chest, and moments later a silver crystal begins to form, floating above the palms of her hands. Crystal's light is dim, its surface clouded, but I know exactly what it is. The crystalline tenebrarum looks so much smaller than it was before. Mother walks toward me, a gentle smile on her face. I falter for an instant. If you take my powers from me, will I die? That's a lie. Mother's smile is so sweet, her voice so reassuring. Well, it's your voice. Mother slaps Waltz before he can say anything else. Falls to his side, his body still incapable of movement. Waltz. Mother lets out an exasperated sigh. I see Mother flick her hand to cast a spell. I'm about to move, but I am too late. My spell collides with my body. I expect to feel pain, but I'm surprised by the sudden lightness that overtakes me. So my eyes grow heavy and my knees buckle, causing me to fall to the floor. I feel as light as air. I continue to lay there on the floor, unmoving as Mother strides toward me. Her face is the last thing I see before I'm consumed by an endless darkness. Yes. Yes. Mother. Honestly, I should call myself a pro at getting bad endings. Oh no, don't relaunch it. No, that's not what I need. Do not relaunch it. You're right. I was trying to figure out where the load was. You're right. Where is it again? I clicked the wrong thing. God damn it. Little times for Steam not to cooperate with me. Steam, why are you being like this? I'm trying to finish at, like, you know, a decent time. Steam is down? What the hell? What is going on here? Alright, I have to fucking Google it. The Steam apparently wants to go down. Just tell me the right fucking shit. Okay. We got it. So it's this one. Kind of figured. He scolded me for it. Da 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 da. See the next one. I'm fine. Okay. Let's just keep going, please. I'm tired. He gave me a hanky. Alright, next at the check so that was right. Alright, next. The crates, okay. That's good. I got 2 right. That's good. Explain, that was also right. Nice. Okay, 3 right. I like that. Play along, that was also right. Okay. So far, only 2 wrong. Cried. Wait, no, it's not the right one. I shouldn't have come here. So 3 wrong. Okay, so you have 3 wrong. Right, 3. Let's see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, this was right. Nice. Dang it. It's 4 wrong. True though, what kind of king would you be? Okay, next. Face potion, that was right. How many did I say? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, still 4 wrong. Okay, so I had to decline. Alright. Okay, there's that. Let's see what's next. I need to come back. Obviously, that was gonna be the right choice. The dots, that was the right one. How many was that again? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. God damn it. Okay, next one. Obviously the shield. That was right. Let's say something. 7, yes. How many are there? I think it was like 27, usually. 27 choices. I feel like 7 of them wrong. Okay. It's 8. God damn it. But I know that the next choice I got right. It's this one, right? Yeah, this one was right. It's the last one. Run. Okay. I got 9 of them wrong. That hurts. That hurts. Oh, yeah. Skip this now. No, wait, I meant to... Just forward. Alright, next. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna read any of this. I'm trying to make sure we don't get to like 5 hours here. I want this to be the shortest one I've ever done. He does have a point though, Parfait. You need to go back to sleep forever. It's crazy. It's like, mother, you will be there when I become queen? Forever? I love you, Mom. I feel like in some way she actually did truly cherish me, but like, she went crazy. Too crazy. I'm sorry, I can't. I couldn't help it. Rue, it's like worst thing to come back to is your name on a gravestone after being missing for like a year. Like, okay, we pronounce you dead. Getting there. Debbie! Damn! You had to hit her like that? Ugh. I feel like there's like fucking something on my face. My goddamn loose eyelash. I hate that feeling. Like there's something tickling your nose. And like there's nothing there. Be the person to be like, oh, so I don't look beautiful any other night? Just to mess with him. What do I feel like? Because like I said, I have done this before. But I'm just trying to remember. Is her dress white? Okay. Close. Close, a little bit white. And it's like a shimmery blue white. Right, because I'm like, I remember this. I remember looking at this. Wait a minute. What is he wearing? Alright, and we are now officially done with Cinderella Phenomenon. Which means I can finally put something new on Friday. Not sure what, but I have been considering crosscode. Let me check my library. Yeah, like I said, I could do crosscode. Or I could do like another old visual novel that I did. And make that like another chronology. There we go, that's the word. I'm running out of games to play. And that's the troubling part. Because I think part of that is because I end up like playing stuff off stream. But I mean, I can't help it, man. Oh, you know what? Since I'm here, I'm just gonna briefly mention it, but like I said, I did finish Tuesday's Child off stream, and my god, I need more of it already. Like, I'm not kidding you. It was... ooh. Oh, I'm so ready for what they have planned, man. I mean, I could replay Amnesia Memories. Because I do need to get the bad endings. And, well... No, wait, did I already get them? Oh. Let me see. Did I get the bad endings? See, he says normal. Okay, so I didn't get all the normal endings. Yeah, I didn't get the bad endings either. So, with my luck, I'll probably end up getting them. So yeah, this is a very good excuse to play Amnesia Memories again and get the neutral and bad endings. So maybe I might do that. Oh, am I ready to go? Go where? Oh yeah, they did release a sequel, as you can see. I haven't actually played it in full, like I started it, but I don't know why, but I just sat there and was like, I'm not feeling it. Because it's kind of like, what else can you possibly add? Like, you already had like a really nice complete story here. What else are you gonna add to it? Like, what happens after? Like, I mean, kind of like, you just assume like the basic stuff, you know? But look, we now have the full thing. It now matches the picture that's up on my wall. Alright. So like I said, maybe I'll do Amnesia Memories, just so I have an excuse to go back and like get more of the achievements. I'm telling you, back in the day, I was like a good ending god, but clearly here, the Cinderella phenomenon, it seems like I'm not doing too hot these days. Literally every single playthrough, I got the bad ending. That is incredible. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. We managed to keep it under like 5 hours, which is good. Because I definitely did not want this to be any longer than it actually is. So, let's see. Can I send you to anybody? I can. Question is who? Right, that's like the real question, who? You know what, maybe I'll just... Ooh! Because actually, you know what? I've never rated him before. I'm gonna do it. Alright guys, thank you for hanging out. I will see you guys tomorrow for Nier Replicant. I'm going to try and get ending D, if I can only remember what the hell the ending is. Because they didn't really give like a clear cut answer. And kind of like, because like with ending C, it was like, oh yeah, you have to get all the weapons, but that one, it was just like, it was something very vague and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know what he's playing, but I hope you guys enjoy it. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye!